Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Arizona.
Enjoying the view back home in Arizona. Chase Field set for baseball again with the D-backs home from Colorado and San Diego. An important first half of the season series begins here tonight. The Dodgers are in town, and the D-backs have a chance right now to show they mean business in this division. It's the Diamondbacks and it's the Dodgers on Fox Sports Arizona. NL West standings, there you see. Diamondbacks 6 back, 3 under 500. Dodgers 1 up on the Giants atop the National League West. And good evening from Chase Field. Welcome to the broadcast. Steve Berthune, Bob Brenly along the way. It's the first of 3 against the Los Angeles Dodgers. And if the Diamondbacks are to play a role in these divisional and wild card races, they need to look like a postseason team in this series. They start 6 back of the Dodgers in the NL West. And Bob, they have a chance right now to cut that lead in half.
Again, they miss Greinke and Kershaw from the Dodgers. Of course, last time they faced these 3, they got swept by the Dodgers. Don't want that to happen again. You just got to find a way to reverse the trend against the Dodgers, make them a little less confident in their own abilities, and one way to do that, send Goldie to the plate.
No, he is on a roll. The Diamondbacks have lost 7 straight against L.A., but this guy might be the answer to turning that around.
Boy, he's had an unbelievable year against the Dodgers this season. You go back to the beginning of the 2012 year, he's got the best offensive numbers across the board of any opposing player against the Dodgers. Certainly the Diamondbacks lean on him heavily every night, maybe more so tonight.
But as we always see here on these shows, it can't all be Goldie. What else do they have to do?
Well, we talked about it a little bit on the pregame show. I think you have to be aggressive against the Dodgers. They have some guys that can go to sleep at times on defense. You've got to be alert, take advantage of those opportunities. When Puig misses a cutoff man or Jimmy Rollins throws the ball away, be ready to take advantage of those situations, run the bases aggressively, be alert. And I think that's the key to the game anytime you play any opponent, but especially against this Dodger team.
It's a former Dodger against L.A., a former Diamondback against Arizona tonight. Mike Bolsinger goes for Los Angeles. Alan Webster for the Diamondbacks, the first of 3 against the Dodgers. A showcase for potential National League Rookies of the Year. Jock Peterson for L.A., Yasmani Tomas for the Diamondbacks. D-backs baseball set to go on Fox Sports Arizona. Cox Giga Blast. How will you live the gig life? By Lone Butte Casino. You're in for more winning moments at Lone Butte Casino. And by Jack in the Box. Taste the new black pepper cheeseburger today, only at Jack in the Box.
Welcome back to Chase Field. I'm Kate Longworth getting you set for first pitch between the Dodgers and the Diamondbacks. It's a battle to be the best in the NL West. It also features two of the best in the game and premier first baseman Adrian Gonzalez and Paul Goldschmidt. But this week's series also highlights two rising stars in the game already making names for themselves. That is Yasmani Tomas and Jock Peterson, who are trying to pave the way to some hardware already this season as Rookie of the Year contenders. Yasmani Tomas boasting a .315 average. He has 20 multi-hit games and has hit safely in 14 of his last 22 games. Peterson leading off for LA with a hot bat as well, boasting a .241 average with 19 home runs and 37 RBI. But who will shine tonight? Well, only time will tell. We are counting you down to first pitch. It's on the other side, so don't go anywhere. Arizona Diamondbacks back in town for this 4th of July homestand, trying to make some fireworks at the plate tonight. Stay with us.
Alan Webster and the D-backs opening a 7-game homestand against the Dodgers and Rockies. Tonight, the first of 3 against LA, which has won the last 7 meetings between these two teams. Diamondbacks tonight trying to reverse that narrative here. A chance to cut that Dodgers 6-game lead atop the division in half. Jock Peterson and LA come in here at the end of a long road trip. Will have played 20 games in 20 days by the time this series ends. So a chance for the Diamondbacks perhaps to catch LA napping. Your Arizona's forward starting pitcher is Alan Webster. His numbers in 3 starts, 11 earned runs, 13 hits in just over 15 innings, and more walks than strikeouts. Patrick Corbin, we're told, is one more minor league rehab start away from rejoining the D-backs. A rotation spot has got to come from someplace. So, Bob, this might be a big start for Alan Webster here tonight.
Well, moving forward this season and moving forward with his future in this organization, period, a big start for Alan Webster. He's got good stuff. He just needs to more consistently find the strike zone, especially down low in the strike zone. 2-seamer, 4-seamer changeup, his 3 main weapons. He will mix in a slider from time to time. Keep the ball down, keep it out of the middle.
Dodgers flew in last night from Miami. This trip not only concludes a 10-game road trip against the Cubs, Marlins, and Diamondbacks, but wraps up that stretch of 20 games in 20 days And the rookie Jock Peterson is set to lead it off. And the Diamondbacks put the shift on. Mark Wagner, our home plate umpire tonight. And we are underway in downtown Phoenix. Roof and panels closed. It is warm inside here and very warm outside. Ball one. Showed you the numbers on Peterson, just over 240 during this his rookie season, 19 homers.
The Dodgers split a 4-game series with the Cubs before heading to South Florida, where they took 2 of 3 from the Marlins, so they went from the humidity to the dry heat.
Webster immediately behind the leadoff man, 3-0, and he walks him on 4 pitches. One up for Don Mattingly's LA Dodgers.
So we've seen Jock Peterson, the rookie, at the top of the order. He'll be out in center field. Howie Kendrick at second base. Justin Turner having a bang-up year down at third base. Adrian Gonzalez over at first. Yasiel Puig out in right field. Andre Ethier in left. Yasmani Grandal doing the catching with Jimmy Rollins at short. And former D-back Mike Bolsinger on the mound.
Peterson has decent speed. He's not an especially great base runner. He's 2 for 7 in his stolen base attempts this year. And here is the veteran Howie Kendrick. Alan Webster has yet to throw a strike, so Wellington Castillo will pay him a visit. Not the start you were looking for.
Hit the reset button. You mentioned Jock Peterson's lack of base stealing speed, which is why, among other reasons, he'll probably drop down more into a run producing spot in the middle of the lineup at some point in the very near future.
I don't have a prototypical leadoff man by any stretch, but Peterson does walk a lot up there, so he's about the best they have right now. With a 1-0 to Kendrick. Six pitches, all balls. Kendrick just under 290 and 6 homers.
Boy, at some point it leaves your mechanics and gets between your ears. Just trying to throw that first strike of the ball game.
Not yet. This is where you worry about mound presence for Alan Webster. The first 8 pitches from the Diamondbacks starter are outside the strike zone. Mike Harkey will pay a mound visit.
What do you say right here? This is, don't think about white elephants. The first thing you're going to do is think about white elephants. Hey, 4 strikes. Well, what in the world do you think I'm trying to do out here? How do you get a guy back into the zone when he is so badly out of the zone to the first 2 hitters?
Mark Wagner, the plate umpire, will walk out there and break this up, and he's got some work to do here. Turner, Gonzalez, Puig, Ethier, Grandal all coming up. And Turner, as of late, has been just about their best hitter. And look at the Diamondbacks defensively tonight.
Allen hasn't needed him yet, but he'll eventually need David Peralta in left field, A.J. Pollock in center, Yasmani Tomas over in right. It'll be Jake Lamb and Nick Ahmed on the left side of the infield with Chris Owings and Paul Goldschmidt on the right side. Wellington Castillo, the only defender involved so far, and Alan Webster on the mound.
Justin Turner at the plate. Peterson is at second, Kendrick at first, and Turner hitting .320, already a career high 11 home runs. Strike one. Webster's got the stuff to get himself out of this. With that sinker, he's been throwing more than half the time. A ground ball right here in this inning would start to look a whole lot better. He hit him, and they're loaded with nobody out for Adrian Gonzalez.
And a protective pad on the upper left arm right there. And Justin Turner really kind of turned away from it a little bit, but took it off that protective guard and then into Wellington Castillo.
Bullpen catcher Mark Reed out there to have a look. He may need to get busy soon. They're loaded, nobody out. Peterson at third. It's Kendrick at second, Turner at first. Gonzalez at 302 and 13 home runs. The OPS top 10 in the National League. He has thrown 11 pitches, 10 of them balls. To second, Chris Owens. They turn two, but a run scores. They trade the run for 2 outs. It's 1-0 LA as Peterson comes home from third.
Nice job by Chris Owens and Nick Ahmed right there. Know your runner. Adrian Gonzalez, one of the slowest base runners in all of baseball. They knew if they could get that lead runner at second base, they still had a chance to turn it. So CO makes the risky throw to second base. Nice job by Nick, and the relay on the goalie to complete the double play.
So it's Howie Kendrick at third, 2 down, a run in, and here's Yasiel Puig. Adding an even 300 with 3 home runs. He has been a little more patient up there at the plate. In fact, he walked 3 times in their 2-0 win at Miami yesterday. There's a strike, 0-1. Tell you what, he gets out of this nightmare having only given up 1 run. Put that in the win column.
Puig's had a lot of problems with a blister or a callus that peeled off of his left hand. Apparently it's a pretty sizable hole that he has in the palm of his left hand. And with that in mind, I think pitching him inside is the right way to go. Force him to really use that hand to get through the ball quickly.
Yeah, Puig just got back into their starting lineup at Miami yesterday. He had missed several starts with that blister. And that's after missing about 40 games earlier this year with a hamstring injury. 3 balls and a strike. Ethier would be next. Dave McKay moving his defenders around. Drives it to right center field. A.J. Pollock right behind Yasmani Tomas. The first 3 reached against Allen Webster, but only 1 scored. It's 1-0. visitor Chase Field. Diamondbacks took 2 of 3 from the Dodgers when last they met here at Chase Field in April. Arizona Ford starting pitcher for LA, former D-back Mike Bolsinger. He was 1-6 with the Diamondbacks last year. This season as a Dodger, 4-2 in 10 starts at 2.95 ERA.
Got off to a really good start for the Dodgers. It's been a little bit of rough sledding lately. He's given up 9 runs in his last 14 2/3. You're going to see a lot of breaking pitches, a lot of curveballs, a lot of sliders. He tries to cut his fastball, but just a lot of breaking pitches, a lot of them in the dirt.
A.J. Pollock back in the leadoff spot. Bolsinger throws strike 1. A.J. just under 309 homers. Got part of the day off yesterday in San Diego. Came into the game late and flied out in his only at bat. 0-2. To right field, right at Puig. Line up for Chip Hale's Arizona Diamondbacks.
After a day off, A.J. Pollock back in that leadoff spot tonight out in center field. David Peralta making his way to the plate. He'll be out in left. Paul Goldschmidt at first base. Yasmani Tomas in right field. Jake Lamb at third base. Wellington Castillo doing the catching with Chris Owings at second. Nick Ahmed at short. And Alan Webster on the mound.
David Peralta comes up, and you can see Justin Turner there. Right-hand side of your screen, the third baseman. He'll play where the Diamondbacks usually put the second baseman, which is out in short right. Peralta bunts away from the shift. And he's got a base hit. No play for Rollins, who came in from shortstop. All smiles from David. And the Diamondbacks have a one-out base runner.
David Peralta is not your prototypical home run hitter, so why not take advantage of that shift? You just want to get some bodies on base in front of Paul Goldschmidt right now. David Peralta takes advantage of the pull shift to bunt his way on.
That's what you were talking about in our open, Bob. Be aggressive, create opportunities.
Be aggressive, be alert, see what the defense is giving you. Maybe their way they're positioned will tell you how they're going to pitch to you. Got to play smart.
Paul Goldschmidt hitting .349, second in the league in hitting, behind D. Gordon of the Marlins. Goldie comes into tonight with a 9-game hitting streak, 8 RBIs during that streak. That's a strike.
Mentioned in the open that Goldie, as you get a look, Yasmani Grandal here clanking a ball behind the plate. He's a little rough around the edges defensively. Another area that you really have to be alert and be ready to take advantage. Talked about Goldie against the Dodgers going back to the 2012 season. He is first in batting average, first in homers, first in RBI, first in OPS of opposing hitters. And we know the kind of pitching staffs that the Dodgers have run out there in recent history going back to 2012, so those numbers stand out even more.
No Greinke, no Kershaw once again against the Diamondbacks. So the D-backs get lucky. You've got to take advantage. It's been that way the last 2 times these teams have met. But the Diamondbacks have yet to capitalize. Bolsinger behind 2 balls and a strike. He's being very careful here. Look at Fox tracks. Away, 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 away.
They tried to peek into his glove there and give you a little bit of a preview of maybe what pitch might be coming. When Bolsinger wants to throw that curveball, his index knuckle will pop up off the baseball. You see it very clearly if you happen to be a runner at second base or a camera guy in center field. I would imagine. Oh, there it is right there. You see that index knuckle pointing up. That's a curveball.
And he dropped it in there for strike 2. That has been the pitch with which he's had a A lot of success this year, that curveball from Bolsinger. It was very effective when he beat the D-backs at Dodger Stadium earlier this month. 7 innings of 3-hit ball. He had 8 strikeouts. 3-2 to Goldie. There goes Peralta. Goldschmidt strikes out, and there's the throw out. And Bolsinger is out of the first. Yasmani Grandal completes the strikeout throw him out. And through 1, the Diamondbacks trail the Dodgers 1-0. Star Wars night, Saturday, July 18th. The Diamondbacks and the Giants, a 5-10 start. First 20,000 fans get this A.J. Pollock Jedi Star Wars bobblehead, courtesy of Cox Communications. Get your tickets right now at dbacks.com. Andre Ethier leads off the Dodgers second against Alan Webster. He walked 2 batters and hit a batter to load up the bases with nobody out to begin the ball game. Dodgers got 1 across. And they lead it 1-0. Ethier 260 and 9 homers. The 9 home runs already twice as many as he had last year. A bouncer to second. Chris Owings is there. One away for Yasmani Grandal, the catcher. Good start for Webster here in the second.
Yasmani Grandal.
And when he's most effective, you'll see those ground ball outs with that sinker. They put the shift on again for the left-hand hitting Grandal, who's a switch hitter. Up there from the left-hand side against the righty Webster. Just under 260 and 10 homers. Slumping a bit lately, 5 for his last 30 at the plate. And there's ball 1. Alan Webster can have, when he's pitching well, that very effective 2-seam sinking fastball, the pitch that Chip Hale says is always going to play in this league. And when it's on, Chip says Webster's sinker is as good a sinker as you'll see in the game today. The question is, can he command it? And they have really encouraged him to just pound away with that 2-seam. Last year in Boston, he threw that pitch less than 20% of the time. This year with Arizona, he's more than doubled his use of the 2-seam sinking fastball, but he's just not been able to command it.
There was a time in this game where you could separate pitchers by whether they pitched in the American League or the National League based on whether do they throw more 4-seamers or do they throw more 2-seamers. National League was considered a sinker ball league. Try to pitch to contact, get early ground balls. The American League was more of a strikeout league. They threw a lot of those high four-seamers. Of course, the umpires were different then, too. You know what hasn't changed? Papa John's. When the D-backs win, you win at Papa John's. The day after every Diamondbacks win, you get 50% off your regular menu price online order at Papa John's. Enter promo code DBACKS50 at papajohns.com.
Well, Webster in 3 starts this year going into tonight had walked more batters than he'd struck out, and so far through 1 1/3 he's walked 3 and hit a batter. And here's Jimmy Rollins. Rollins 211 and 7 homers. He's hit safely in 4 straight.
Last year wasn't great. The average way down this season.
Yeah, their top offensive prospect is shortstop Corey Seager, a big young kid with a ton of potential, and he is coming soon. 1-1 pitch. That's in there for a strike. It's 1-2. In fact, there was a game earlier this month in which Jimmy Rollins batted 9th for the first time in his career. And then after that, he had a few games where he didn't even start. So it's been a steady decline here for this veteran. His first season in Los Angeles after all those years with the Phillies.
Sure how it's going to end or if it's going to end for Jimmy Rollins this season, but if that's the case, Don Mattingly cannot be looking forward to that conversation. Send your equipment guy out. Hey, bring Jimmy in here. Ooh, man, that's one you don't want to have. Guy that's just had an outstanding career.
And Webster picks up his first strikeout. Yeah, Jimmy Rollins, in talking about Corey Seager, their big prospect who's real close. It's tricky because they have the kid coming, and Mattingly has said, in fact, as recently as this weekend, the kid is going to be here and he's going to be a great player. And Rollins is clearly on the way down. He has handled himself with such tremendous dignity here. He's still trying to dig his way out of it. Mike Bolsinger. Little check swing roller to second. Owings is there. And Alan Webster strands that 1-out walk, but trails it 1-0. tomorrow. 2015 FIFA Women's World Cup semifinals begin. Alex Morgan and Team USA take on Germany with a trip to the final on the line. Coverage starts Tuesday, 3 o'clock, only on your local Fox station and streaming live on Fox Sports Go.
Anything better than Women's World Cup is if the Diamondbacks score 5 runs or more, because Taco Bell will give away 3 free tacos with the purchase of a large drink between 4 and 6 the following day at participating locations.
Yasmani Tomas leads off the Diamondbacks second against former D-back Mike Bolsinger. Tomas 315 and 3 homers. He does not have a home run at home this year. All 3 of his homers have come on the road.
He's going to get one tonight. I'm calling.
Nice. I like it. Kind of fits in with your be aggressive theme.
Yeah.
Make things happen.
I think Bolsinger's going to roll a curveball up there and leave it up just a little bit too high in the strike zone. And as we've seen recently, off-speed pitches that stay in the strike zone, Yasmani's hitting them hard to left field.
And he is crushing right-handers this year, too. Bolsinger, really good location so far. He's ahead 0-2. 12 pitches, 9 strikes. Tomas 6 hits in 5 games on the road trip through Colorado and San Diego. A pair of doubles and RBIs. And that 4-hit game at Coors Field. A career high. 1-2 pitch. You put the whammy on him.
Well, I didn't say that at bat. I just said sometime tonight. He's setting him up. Hey fans, tonight's game is being broadcast on AFN, the American Forces Network, broadcasting to the U.S. Armed Forces serving around the world on land and on ships at sea. Welcome and thank you for your service to our country. We hope you're having a great night. Or day, depending on where you are.
It's true. Might be tomorrow there. Might be yesterday. Here's Jake Lamb. The third baseman at 284 for the year. Now 2 homers. A very good road trip. And the Dodgers put the shift on. Oh no, now they vary it. Before you saw Turner out there in shallow right field. Now Turner's near the third base bag. They've got Kendrick and Rollins on the right hand side. Not only are they varying the shifts, but they're changing the personnel and where they stand.
To get to the bottom of this, I'm not sure of the rhyme or reason for the personnel decisions as to when Turner goes to the right side, when he stays on the left side. Most teams that play this exaggerated pull shift we've seen leave the shortstop as the lone defender on the left side because he's got the best range. He's used to covering a lot of ground. But Turner, the third baseman, now the only defender on the left side.
Two and one. Now you can see, you have to keep in mind when you put these shifts on. Look at the left-hand side of the screen. That's Turner. He's got to cover all that ground basically by himself. So you need your best defender over there, don't you?
I would think so. The guy with the best range, and certainly shortstops are used to trying to cover as much ground as they can on the left side of the infield. I wonder if the bunt by David Peralta has anything to do with it, because Jimmy Rollins didn't look comfortable coming in on that bunt.
Well, Bolsinger strikes out Lamb. Mike Bolsinger has now struck out 3 in a row. Goldie, Tomas, and Lamb. And there's 2 down in the second.
Catcher number 7, Wellington Castillo.
A tough pitch for Jake to get to or lay off of. That breaking ball that starts over the inner third of the plate and then breaks down and in out of the strike zone. It's had a rough time identifying that pitch since coming back from the DL.
Oh, offensive atmosphere here with Wellington Castillo's walk-up music. I like it. 211 and 6 homers.
Veritable fiesta here at the ballpark.
This is just about the hottest hitter the Diamondbacks have in their lineup right now. The new catcher, Wellington Castillo. Boy, Bolsinger is really throwing strikes.
Castillo Deep in San Diego against Odrisamer Despaigne on a hanging breaking ball. Over his last 10 games, Wellington's hit .314. He's got 6 extra base hit, including 3 homers, and he's driven in 9.
Fastball there from Bolsinger. I was just going to say, Bolsinger's #1 pitch, his real weapon, is the exact same kind of curveball that Despaigne hung yesterday to Castillo.
Yep. We talk a lot about video scouting and advanced reports, and the Dodgers have a video room too. You know, they watch what Wellington Castillo, he hit a home run. Well, what was the pitch? And they pull it up, they look at it, and Mike Bolsinger says, wait a minute, I'm going to have to come up with a plan B.
Base hit for Castillo. He rolls it into left center field. Boy, he is on fire right now.
He really is. Sometimes your swing gets in that groove where even when you hit the ball on the ground like he does right here, it seems to always find a hole. Hard grounder toward the middle of the field. Jimmy Rollins can't get there. 2-out knock for Wellington Castillo.
It's all good with Welly these days, home in Arizona. He says he feels like he's been part of the organization for years. He's very comfortable here, and he's certainly playing like it. Chris Owings, .230, couple of homers. Shows bunt with 2 outs and takes a strike. CO scuffling lately, 4 for his last 26 up there. One and two. This is a count in which CO oftentimes this year will chase a breaking ball down and away. And he does that. And he rolls it to third. Turner. Wow, that was a close play down there at first, but Mike Winters, the crew chief, says he's out. Hold on, says Chip Hale. Way up here, that looked awfully close. Let's have a look.
Turner was very deliberate after getting to the ball, took a couple of extra crow hops before firing across. I think it just did beat CO down there at first base.
No challenge from Chip. We are through 2, 1-0 LA. Actual game used memorabilia up for sale right here at the ballpark, and they have a tremendous selection at Chase Field. You can buy game worn and game used jerseys and bats and baseballs, helmets. They actually sell dirt.
Yeah, you buy a little bit of dirt here from here at Chase Field, take it out to your backyard. It's almost like playing here.
Now, Jock Peterson saw what David Peralta did against the Dodgers shift, and so with the Diamondbacks putting the overshift on, Peterson also tries to bunt away from it from that left-hand batter's box, but he rolls it foul. He walked and scored his first time up. The rookie sensation, 19 home runs. And Peterson is something of an unusual player. We mentioned they don't have a prototypical leadoff guy. And you think, well, a guy's got 19 homers. You don't want him leading off. Shouldn't he be hitting third or fourth? Well, yes, he's fifth in the major leagues in strikeouts. He strikes out a lot. But he's also fourth in the major leagues in walks. And he has nearly as many bases on balls this year as Goldie. He's right behind him. So, at least in that category, he does give you something from the leadoff spot.
No doubt about it. I mean, this, I think, is the kind of guy that Theo Epstein and the powers that be in Chicago, this is their dream player.
That's right.
Hit homers, strike out a lot, walk a lot.
Yes, he went. Marty Foster rings him up. Second strikeout for Alan Webster.
Sometimes it can be a curse when you can reach a lot of different areas of the strike zone and even out of the strike zone. We've seen Peterson pull balls away from him. We've seen him tomahawk balls up around the shoulders, and occasionally you can take advantage of that aggressiveness.
Howie Kendrick. Our T-Mobile game-changing player, Howie Kendrick. Jake Lamb at third. Alan Webster, those ground ball outs are really starting to show themselves here after that rocky beginning. He had 2 ground outs in the second, had a double play ball in the first. Now Kendrick rolls out for 2 down in the third, and here's Turner. I mean, they have Alan Webster right now at a point where more than half the pitches he throws in a game have been sinkers. And if he can settle in and get that pitch to work for him, Diamondbacks will be okay here after that scary first.
If you can locate a sinker well, that's all you need.
That's what they've been telling him.
I caught Rick Russell through a complete game against the Phillies. I think he threw 85 pitches in the game. 84 of them were sinkers. He threw 1 4-seam fastball. Had an 0-2 count on a right-handed hitter. Wanted to change his eye level. He threw 1 4-seam fastball all day. Everything else was sinker after sinker after sinker.
Well, he's behind on Turner 2-0. 40 pitches, 23 of them balls. It's just a matter of locating it.
Turner's a guy starting to pick up a little traction for an all-star game appearance of his own.
He sure is. He's on a roll here lately. He's got 6 homers in his last 12 games, hitting over 340 in June. That Beard is really having a good month too. A little flare, shallow center. Here comes AJ, and he can't get there. It drops in for a base hit. Perfectly located by Justin Turner, and when you're going to hit 340 in 1 month, you're going to get your share of those. And that's the first hit for the Dodgers.
A great effort by both AJ and Nick Ahmed going after that ball. It's early in the game, but they know what's at stake. AJ with a diving attempt had to play it on a short hop, and Nick Ahmed just continued to roll out of your picture there.
And they will put the shift on now for Gonzalez, and they're really going to overshift.
Well, you dare this guy to try to bunt to the left side. David Peralta might be able to come in, pick it up, and throw him out at first.
If he charges, sure. Gonzalez hit into a double play his first time up. Boy, Allen just cannot throw strike one tonight. Gonzalez, a big series against the Marlins in Miami over the weekend. And 6 hits in their 3 games at Marlin Park. And a 3 for 5 yesterday. Only 5 of 13 first pitch strikes. And he's behind on Gonzalez 2-0. glove and into center. He was perfectly positioned. He hit the ball right at him. Usually in that overshift, the shortstop is more toward third base, but Nick was right where he would normally be, and Gonzalez hit it right to him.
Right to it. Had a lot of top spin. It was hit hard. You rarely see Nick Ahmed have a misplay on a ball like that, hit off the heel of the glove on out into center field.
And Webster, sure enough, behind in the count to Gonzalez, got the easy ground ball out he needed to get himself out of the inning. But instead, the Dodgers have runners on the corners. 2 down for Yasiel Puig, who flied out his first time up. E6. Bob told you, he's got that blister on his left hand, which is the bottom hand, right?
Yeah.
Making it very difficult to grip the bat. That's in there for a strike. 1-1. Usually a blister is something that keeps a pitcher out of a game, but in this case it's had Puig on the bench a lot lately.
A lot of times it's a byproduct of extra batting practice. You get in that cage and you start hitting with the hitting coach and you're working on things and you don't even realize it. By the time you're done, you've got a big old blister.
Another ground ball, a high chopper. Webster has it. They got Turner hung up. He ran himself into an out. Turner thought that Webster was going to try to throw to first to get Puig. Instead, Webster very smartly turned around, and Turner was standing right there. And that's a break for the Diamondbacks. The Dodgers run themselves out of the inning, but they lead it 1-0. This is like a Three Stooges episode here. Have failed to get their pitcher out there, Mike Bolsinger, in anything close to a timely fashion. The pitcher, under the new pace of game rules this year, is supposed to throw his final warm-up pitch with 30 seconds left on the clock that they put up there between innings. But twice now, Bolsinger has just strolled out there. He's been way behind on the clock, and Mark Wagner, the plate umpire, has sort of been having this ongoing dialogue with Don Mattingly.
You know, the upstroke is if Bolsinger feels like he only needs 2 or 3 warm-up pitches between innings, you know, no rush to get out there. As long as he gets his pitches in, and when we're ready to start the inning, that's okay. If he wants 8 warm-up pitches, he's going to have to get out there a little bit quicker.
Nick Ahmed leads off the Diamondback third. But it has slowed the whole process a bit. This thing's supposed to be on a very tight schedule, and it's worked really well so far. The games have been a lot shorter this year.
Well, that combined with keeping the hitters closer to the batter's box instead of strolling over in front of the dugout to fix their batting gloves and get some pine tar and do all the things that hitters used to do in the past, it's really picked up the pace to keep them close to the box.
And the more that people get used to it, and this was a big priority and initiative under new Commissioner Rob Manfred, the more it's accelerated the pace of game. It's worked out really well, but the Dodgers here so far tonight not cooperating. Nevertheless, Bolsinger ahead of Ahmed 0-2. Rollins at short. Throw offline. It pulls Gonzalez off the bag, and Ahmed's aboard to lead off the third.
Jimmy goes into that slide to stop his momentum, plants that right foot, just doesn't have the accuracy on the throw he needs to possibly get Nick Ahmed at first base. He'll be credited with an infield hit.
That's the third hit for the Diamondbacks, 1 in each inning so far. And here's the pitcher, Alan Webster. Turner coming in on the grass at third. Webster does not have a sacrifice bunt yet this year. Ball 1. Andy Green coaching at third.
And most third base coaches I ever worked with or played with, they have what they call a repeater sign. So you don't keep going through all the signs and putting the bunt on over and over and over again.
There goes Nick Ahmed. The throw from Grandal is off the mark, and Nick Ahmed has his 4th stolen base. Well, Bob, just like you said at the top of the broadcast, got to make it your own opportunities out there.
Take advantage every time you get a guy on. And we talked about it. The Diamondbacks have some good speed, and they have some very good base running readers. They read the pitchers well, get some good jumps. Nick Ahmed head down, straight steal all the way. And just getting back quickly to that repeater sign. If you had to put the bunt sign on every time the pitcher threw over to first in an obvious sacrifice bunt situation, eventually somebody in that other dugout is going to pick it up. So once you put the bunt on the first pitch to the pitcher, if you want him to do it again, there's usually a hot spot, whether it's the hat, the belt, the chest, whatever that spot is. That means the same sign is still on. You hit it again, it's still on.
Well, now with Ahmed at second, Gonzalez will come way in at first. Turner creeping in from third. And Webster squares. Misses that one. It's 1-2.
And one of the keys today was be alert, and Nick Ahmed was very alert. He's a middle infielder. He understands bunt defenses. That time there was nobody at second base. Jimmy Rollins had broken over to cover first, or rather third. Howie Kendrick had broken to cover first. Nick Ahmed was over halfway to third base when that ball got into the hitting zone.
Wheel play, right? Where you leave second base unoccupied by the defense?
A variation of the wheel play, yeah. The third baseman was charging that time. The shortstop was covering third.
This time Kendrick will stay near the second base bag. 1-2 count on Alan Webster.
I think Andy Green's going to tell him, hey, if the Dodgers are going to play it this aggressively, swing away. I mean, there's not much upside in trying to bunt that ball in front of Turner, Gonzalez, and the pitcher, Mike Bolsinger. Might have a better chance to take a very short, abbreviated chop swing and try to hit it by one of those guys.
That would work out just as well, certainly. Turner charges in from third. Webster fouls it off, and there's the strikeout. That's 4 for Bolsinger. First out here in the third.
Center fielder.
Brings up A.J. Pollock. Well, they couldn't take full advantage of that situation, but the end result was they got the runner up to second base. And with 1 out, it's Pollock who flied out his first time. Kendrick sneaking in behind the bag at second. Bolsinger would step off.
Now, Kendrick wanted the ball at second base that time. He broke in behind Nick Ahmed and showed his right hand toward the base, which is usually an indication to the pitcher that I'm going to go all the way to the bag. I want you to wheel around and throw.
Popped him up. Grandal will give it a look. It's in the seats. Kind of weird game so far. First 3 Dodger batters in the ball game reached against Allen Webster. 2 walks and a hit batter. We got a double play ball to score a run, a fly ball to win the inning. And that's been essentially it for the Dodgers. Diamondbacks have had 1 single in each of the first 3 innings. Talking with Oral Hershiser before the ball game, he said when Bolsinger gets in the stretch, that's when he tends to hang that curveball. And that's when he'll get a little erratic.
That delivery out of the stretch a little more abbreviated. You don't have quite the movement you have in the windup, and occasionally your timing getting to that release point is not the same. There's Oral alongside Charlie Steiner right next door.
Why are we doing double bumps? The 1-1. Turner at third. He'll look Ahmed back to the bag. He throws out Pollock. Brings up David Peralta, who had a bunt single away from the overshift his first time up.
The Dodgers won't be able to overshift the way they did his first at bat because the runner at second base now would just walk to third. So let's see how they play it this time.
It was David yesterday.
6 home runs hitting that ball game yesterday. That was probably the longest one. He really got all that one.
Petco Park, his first home run since May 29th. He hit over 380 on that road trip through Colorado and San Diego. Now just under 270 for the year. And again, the Dodgers put the shift on for Peralta, but Turner at third will stay a little closer to the bag this time. Rollins behind the second base bag, and Kendrick out in short right.
A lot of pitchers in baseball, you could be pretty sure to get a fastball right here with Paul Goldschmidt lurking in the on-deck circle, but no guarantees with Mike Bolsinger. He's just as comfortable throwing his curveball as he is his fastball.
Is that curveball more effective in a hitter's count like this 2-0?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, most guys are geared for fastball, anticipating velocity. There's a curve right there. And some pitchers are like that. They have more confidence in their changeup. We've got a number of pitchers in the Diamondbacks rotation that are very comfortable throwing their changeup 2-0, 3-1 to a good fastball hitter. For Bolsinger, he doesn't really throw a lot of changeups. He's comfortable throwing that curveball.
2-1. It's a fair ball right to Gonzalez. A nice high hop. And that's the end of the inning. Through 3, Diamondbacks trail it 1-0.
Presents a great moment in baseball history dating back to June 29th, 1990, when Dave Stewart accomplished the incredible feat of throwing a no-hitter. But despite how rare those are, there were actually 2 no-hitters that day. Shortly after the former A's ace no-hit Toronto, later that evening, 2,500 miles away at Dodger Stadium, Fernando Valenzuela threw a no-hitter of his own against the Cardinals. It's the first time in modern baseball era that 2 no-hitters have been pitched on the same day. Making it more memorable is the fact that Stewart, Fernando, former teammates and friends, and in fact, Fernando called Stewart, watching that game from the clubhouse in LA, called Stewart to congratulate him and said, "Now watch, buddy, I'm going to go out there and do the same thing." As if it was that easy, guys, right? You just call it, go out there and get it done.
Well, for those 2 guys, it might have been that easy.
Must have been for them.
2 of the great pitchers of that era, no doubt. Andre Ethier leads off the 4th. That, by the way, is coincidence, not irony. If you're scoring at home. Alan Webster, 50 pitches and still more balls than strikes. That one is yanked down the right field line. And gone. Andre Ethier, his 10th, and it's 2-0 LA. Well, Ethier slumping 3 for his last 34 at the plate. Well, that one a line drive that tucked itself inside the right field foul pole for a home run.
Really hoping that ball was going to hook down that right field line, but Ethier got through it pretty good that time. Held its line, stayed inside the foul pole. A line drive homer into the Dodger bullpen.
First base umpire Mike Winters signaling home run. 10th of the year for Ethier and 105 miles an hour coming off the bat. Shift is on for the switch hitting Yasmani Grandal, who's batting from the left-hand side. Andre Ethier really having a resurgent offensive season. He's played a lot this year with injuries to Puig and Crawford. So he's taken advantage. That one is pulled foul.
Little known fact talking about the Dave Stewart, Fernando Valenzuela no-hitters on the same day in 1990. The last time that was done was 1917. Hippo Vaughn and Fred Toney. And Hippo Vaughn actually sent Pony Express to Fred Toney's game and said, "Hey, I just threw a no-hitter. Good luck to you."
The problem was it got there 2 weeks later.
Yeah.
Two and one on Grandal, who walked his first time up. That was Andre Ethier's 20th career home run against the Diamondbacks.
Well, the thing about both those pitchers is they had a variety of ways to beat you. And we heard Dave Stewart talking earlier that he had it all working on that given night. He even took advantage of a wide strike zone. His command was that good. Had a good breaking ball, good splitter.
This is lifted the other way, high and deep to left. Peralta at the wall. He won't get there. Back-to-back homers for the Dodgers. Grandal's 11th. And it's 3-0 LA.
Has shown some real opposite field power as a left-handed hitter going to left field. We've seen him drive the ball out that way at Dodger Stadium. Now he does it here at Chase Field. Peralta gives it a great effort, but out of his reach.
Mike Harkey pays a quick visit. Yasmani Grandal. He's now got 11 homers on the season. 6 of them have come this month. This is the reaction in the dugout. Kike Hernandez.
I don't think I'd do that in public.
Too late. Jimmy Rollins struck out his first time. This one is well hit to deep center field. A.J. Pollock runs it down at the wall for a loud out number 1 in the 4th. And the Dodgers are teeing off on Alan Webster.
Well, and chases AJ all the way back to the wall and straight away just to the right of the 407 mark. Really solid contact, first 3 hitters of the inning here.
The pitcher Mike Bolsinger. Bolsinger grounded out his first time up. Webster won his Diamondback debut. That was June 13th at San Francisco when he took that no-hitter into the 6th inning. But it has been mixed results in his starts after that against the Angels, the Rockies, and now here versus LA. He's ahead of Bolsinger 1-2. And at 60 pitches, still more balls than strikes. Third strikeout for Webster, 2 down. Webster, like Bolsinger tonight, facing the team that originally signed him. He was an 18th round pick by the Dodgers in 08 out of high school in North Carolina. 4 years later traded to Boston as part of the deal that sent Adrian Gonzalez and Carl Crawford to LA. Webster never did appear in the big leagues with the Dodgers. Jock Peterson 0 for 1. He struck out his last time up. Shift is on and he hits it foul right by Davey Lopes at first. Both guys facing teams that drafted them. Bolsinger out of the University of Arkansas. Number 20 for the rookie Jock Peterson. 3 Dodger home runs in this inning. And LA leads it 4-0. That was crushed.
Oh my goodness. Down and in. Right in the middle of his bailout. He's always looking for something to pull in the air to right field, and Alan Webster put it on a tee for him. That ball cleared everything out there in right field.
Howie Kendrick.
Come on, Howie, here we go. Hey, he only hit change-up. He only hit change-up.
Boy, Peterson's, Bob, he's got that big bat, that 34-ounce, 34-inch bat. He just drops that bat head down there, and it just launches.
Well, and I'll tell you, with Giancarlo Stanton on the disabled list for the foreseeable future, Jock Peterson has probably hit more long home runs than anybody else in the National League. That one was 458, the estimated distance.
I mean, we told you about the walks and the strikeouts. He's top 5 in the majors in both categories, and you know, the running gag is he does one of 3 things. He walks, he strikes out, he homers, and that's it. That goes says Mike Winters down there. Three balls and a strike.
Unfortunately, the 3 home runs in this inning, besides giving the Dodgers a bigger lead, it got their fans involved in the game a little bit. A lot of Dodger blue here at the stadium tonight. And they were heard from so far in this inning.
Ethier and Grandal went back-to-back to open up the inning. And now Peterson's 20th with 2 outs. The walk to Kendrick is the 4th for Webster. And it brings up Justin Turner. Fourth time this season the Dodgers have hit 3 homers in 1 inning.
With Ollie Perez cranking it up in a hurry down that Diamondbacks bullpen, I would guess that this is Alan Webster's last hitter of the game if he does not retire Justin Turner.
Turner has been hit by a pitch and singled.
Occasionally in a situation like this, as a manager, you'll call for a couple of pickoff throws to first base just to give Oliver Perez a few more warm-up pitches down in that bullpen in case you do need to bring him in to face Adrian Gonzalez.
Gonzalez is on deck.
I don't think Howie Kendrick's going anywhere.
Well, the way the ball's been flying out of here in this inning, there's no reason to try and pick up an extra base. You can jog home. Webster at 70 pitches, 36 for balls. And he's behind on Turner, 1-0. Base hit. Peralta over to cut it off. Kendrick will get third here. And Alan Webster's long night continues.
Not much longer.
The lefty is warming up in the bullpen. Gonzalez is at the plate, and here comes Chip Hill. Alan Webster goes 3 2/3, gives up 4 runs on 5 hits. 3 of those 5 hits Dodger homers, and they lead it 4-0. Cox Communications is set to take you to a Diamondback game. Just stop by this month's participating Cox Solutions store at Tempe Marketplace. You can enter for your chance to win 2 seats on the Fan Express bus to the Diamondback game against the Giants July 18th. Registration ends on July the 6th. For more information, visit foxsportsarizona.com. Oliver Perez on to try and get this final out here in the 4th. An inning that has seen the Dodgers hit 3 home runs. Andre Ethier, Yasmani Grandal, and Jock Peterson. The amazing thing, Bob, is that, you know, Alan Webster walked 4 batters and hit a guy, and yet all 3 Dodger homers have been solo shots.
Timing is everything, I guess. Could have been a lot worse.
Well, still some work to do here for Ollie. He's got Kendrick at third, Turner at first, 2 down for Gonzalez, who reached on an error his last time up, and hit into a double play in the first. Well, the good news is the Diamondback bullpen is in really good shape right now. He has just about everybody back there that he could want. Chase Anderson got the win yesterday. Went 7 innings. Hudson an inning. Ziegler an inning. Gonzalez laces that into the seats. 1-2.
You can imagine with the long career of Oliver Perez and Adrian Gonzalez, they've seen quite a bit of each other, even though Ollie's a matchup lefty. 22 at bats for Adrian Gonzalez against Oliver Perez.
Popped him up, foul ground right near the D-back dugout. Well, he has it. And the 4th inning finally ends, but the Dodgers hit 3 homers. CenturyLink, your link to what's next. Paul Goldschmidt leads it off for the Diamondbacks. Right now, dbacks.com/vote. Voting is exclusively online this year. You can vote on your computer, your tablet. You can vote on your phone. And you can vote up to 35 times at dbacks.com/vote. There are no Dodgers among the National League starters so far. Goldie there, rolling away from Adrian Gonzalez. He's got about a 3 million vote lead. And Goldie leads off the 4th against Mike Bolsinger. AJ, he's a little bit of a down streak right now, AJ. That's kind of hurting his all-star candidacy a bit here the last couple of weeks. But the body of work suggests he should be an all-star. Conversation with Mark Wegner back there.
I got a feeling that's not going to be the last conversation between a hitter and Mark Wegner. Really inconsistent with that strike zone tonight.
There was a White Sox game a year or two ago where Hawk Harrelson just kind of lost it.
Oh,
Wegner,
that's right.
Wegner had the plate, and Hawk got himself in a little bit of hot water with the commissioner's office. 3-1. Boy, just skied that one way up there among the rafters.
That rant you're talking about, I couldn't quite figure out whether Hawk liked Wegner or didn't like him.
You never know.
It's kind of ambivalent.
There were a few too many he-gons for the Hawks' taste. Yasmani Tomas, speaking of he-gone, struck out his first time. Bolsinger has 4 strikeouts. He's given up 3 hits, all singles. A high chopper. Turner charges in from third.
What?
Two down for Jake Lamb.
He's saving that homer for later in the game.
I'm counting on you here. Now they're up to check on Bolsinger. It's very warm here tonight inside Chase Field. It's at about 140 outside. And it's hot in here tonight. And you can see Bolsinger's worked up a pretty good lather out there. He'd be maybe checking an oblique. Taking deep breaths right now. He might have tweaked something. Signaling for the trainer right there. And they're going to leave him in for now. Puig locked in. We've been told that Puig lately has been a little more Puig-like, and by that we mean a little bit more of the nonsense.
On the verge of being out of control at times, completely crossing that line at other times.
He wants Howie Kendrick. Come on out here. The shift is on for Jake Lamb. That's what you want. You want Puig setting the defense. All right, stay there. Dodgers second baseman now out in short right field. Lamb hits right into the shift and right at Gonzalez, and Bolsinger has now retired 6 in a row. He's got a 4-0 lead. Arizona is brought to you in part by your Valley Honda dealers, where you'll get more standard features for less money. CenturyLink, your link to what's next. And by Mix One, great taste, no face, available at local retailers. Chase Field, downtown Phoenix. Diamondbacks opening up a 7-game homestand. 3 against the Dodgers, 4 against the Rockies, and the first of 3 versus LA, which has won the last 7 meetings between these two. Has not gone the Diamondbacks' way so far. Dodgers lead at 4-0. 3 solo homers in the 4th against Allen Webster, Ethier, Grandal, and Peterson. For Peterson, the rookie, that was his 20th, and now Puig will lead off the 5th. Oliver Perez on in relief of Allen Webster, who gave up 4 runs all earned on 5 hits. He lasted just 3 2/3. He also walked 4 and hit a batter. Puig so far 0 for 2. Dodgers flew in last night. They arrived from Miami. They played at Wrigley Field. They played at Marlins Park. Now they're here at Chase Field. 20 games in 20 days. This series will end that stretch. So it's a tired Dodger bunch that comes in here this week.
It's funny how that works, though. Sometimes you find yourself in a stretch like that of the season, and you just put your head down and keep playing. You don't look at the calendar. Don't look at the clock. Just show up at the ballpark when you're supposed to be there. Get your work in. Go play another ball game. Try to get some rest and do it again the next day. You don't really think about it.
Can't afford to, I bet.
No.
3-1 pitch. A leadoff walk. Andre Ethier led off the Dodger hit parade in the last inning. His 10th of the year, a solo shot just inside the foul pole in the right field corner.
Near a third of the plate, about belt high. Ethier normally a real good low ball hitter, especially from the middle of the plate in, but hang him up there around the belt like that, he can do some damage.
Audi Club underneath, right behind home plate here. Some Dodger fans got in there. Oliver Perez ahead 0-2. Yasiel Puig said during spring training he wanted to make the stolen base a bigger part of his game than it was last year, but he's had that hamstring injury. He missed all of May, and so his running has been curtailed this year. And Perez strikes out Ethier for the first out here in the 5th.
Andre Ethier now 1 for 15 lifetime with 5 strikeouts against Oliver Perez.
Well, Ethier and Yasmani Grandal opened up the 4th by going back-to-back. Grandal went the other way.
Yasmani Grandal, one of those rare switch hitters. He's probably got better power to left field as a left-handed hitter than he does as a right-handed hitter.
Broken bat, bloop into center, and it drops in front of Pollock. So Grandal's been aboard 3 times, a walk, a homer, and now a single. Diamondbacks have had a tough time with this guy this year.
Shortstop, Jimmy Rollins.
2 on for Rollins. Amy Garcia warming up in the Dodger bullpen. You saw Mike Bolsinger signal for the trainer in that last inning, and I think Garcia might have just gotten the word that he's going in the game.
That's what it looked like.
It looked like something around Bolsinger's chest or side. Some kind of muscle tweak. He flinched a bit after delivering a pitch and then immediately signaled for the trainer. Rollins hit this in the 6th. And so it looks like Bolsinger will be done after 4 innings. He's given up only 3 hits, all singles. He's got 4 strikeouts, has not walked a batter, but he is going in the on-deck circle. So we'll see what happens here. 0-1 to Rollins. Puig is back at second. Oh, no, they switched pitchers. That's what it was. Joel Peralta, a veteran. Rollins last time up flied out deep to center field. A ball that A.J. Pollock caught right in front of the wall, right by the 407 sign in dead center. And he hits one high and deep to right center field. The Osmani Tomas answer. Puig at second will tag and head for third. And Bolsinger heads back to the dugout. So he is indeed done for the night. And looks like Alex Guerrero is going to come up and take the at bat.
Pitching for Mike Bolsinger, number 7, Alex Guerrero.
To have hooked up in the past. Alex Guerrero got the better of it earlier this season on April 12th. Roof and panels open that day. Ball was really jumping.
Mike Harkey out to the mound to remind Oliver Perez of just that.
I don't think he needs to go out to the mound. Pitchers have a real good memory for guys that have taken them deep.
Guerrero 3 for his last 19 at the plate. His playing time has really dried up as of late. He started just 10 games this month. And is little more than a role player on the bench these days, and in fact a candidate for trade talks. 270 and 10 homers. Yasiel Puig is the runner at third. Yasmani Grandal at first. 2 outs, and Guerrero hits for the pitcher Bolsinger. Not really a spot right now for Alex Guerrero. They got Andre Ethier in left. And Don Mattingly said this weekend that Ethier will stay in left field even when Carl Crawford comes back, which is going to be very soon. He's been out with an oblique injury. Guerrero had been playing a lot of third, but Justin Turner's become one of their best hitters. So good, in fact, they traded Uribe. So there's no spot for him at third. They have Alberto Callaspo there as well to back up. And Guerrero needs a moment here.
He may have just hurt himself with his showcase swing, and then the stylish follow through, drops down to a knee. Something came loose there.
Lorenzo Bundy will come down and have a look.
Not what you want to have happen right after you've made a request for more playing time. I wouldn't call it a demand quite yet, but he's getting very near that stage.
And he has gone to Don Mattingly and asked for more playing time. Mattingly said that Guerrero did it the right way, handled himself like a pro. There was no whining. He was very respectful. But they don't really have a lot of at-bats for him right now. I mean, you've got Ethier out there. Crawford's coming back in left. They got Van Slyke in the mix as well. Turner and Callaspo at third. Guerrero was a shortstop in Cuba. They tried converting him into a second baseman. That was a disaster. He's played mostly third base and left field here in the big leagues. Into the Dodger blue corner. Guerrero said he's comfortable in LA, likes it there, but also said he's got to think about his career, and if there's a chance for more playing time somewhere else, then maybe a trade is a good idea for him. He wants to play. He can hit, that's for sure. Put the whammy on him. Oliver Perez strands 2. Bottom 5 coming up. Diamondbacks trailing 4-0.
Of the game tonight, we go back to June 29, 2004. Randy Johnson strikes out Jeff Cirillo for his 4,000th career strikeout. A lot of fans that are here tonight were probably there for that ball game. He did it in fewer innings than Nolan Ryan, Roger Clemens, and Steve Carlton.
Of course, you got a couple of big Randy Johnson days coming up soon here at Chase Field. Randy Johnson Hall of Fame bobblehead day is July 25th. First 25,000 fans get the big unit Hall of Fame bobblehead. And then the Randy Johnson number 51 retirement commemorative t-shirt is August 8th. So some big days on your big unit calendar. And don't forget Patrick Corbin. One more rehab start, we're told, for Patrick, which we believe will be at Reno. We're not totally sure yet. They're still trying to sort that out. And then he will be back with the Diamondbacks, coming off Tommy John. Coming off an injury of his own, the veteran right-hander Joel Peralta just came off the DL on Monday after he missed 53 games with right shoulder soreness. And he's back in the LA bullpen. And there's strike 1 to Wellington Castillo. Castillo singled his first time up. By the way, we are told that Archie Bradley will have that visit with Dr. James Andrews on Wednesday. Archie wants a second opinion on his ailing right shoulder. He's out with right shoulder tendonitis right now. He was checked out by the Diamondbacks here in Phoenix, and he will visit with Dr. Andrews for another opinion. And that appointment will be Wednesday. Go down to Kate.
Well, guys, I talked with Archie moments before the game, and he just told me that with a situation like this, after that start in Reno, he was having pain both before, during, and after that start, and it was a pain, not a discomfort, and that's what concerned him. So after talking to his family, the trainers here, he just really wants that second opinion because he doesn't want to look back on this and thinks he worked through something that really needed attention. He doesn't want to say this is something that hindered his career forever. Instead, wants to figure out exactly what's going on and start working on getting it in.
And we heard Tony La Russa tell us in San Diego that the chief baseball officer understands, hey, I mean, the family, the agent, the player, they all want to be absolutely sure. The organization does as well. And so when you've got access to a resource like Dr. Andrews, why not take advantage? 0-2 to Wellington Castillo.
Joel Peralta gives you a lot of motion and not a lot of velocity. Fastball right around 88, 89, 90 miles per hour, but boy, he puts a lot of effort into it.
Look, he's got a pretty good lather going right now. He's only thrown 5 pitches. Two and two. Peralta was a big weapon in that Tampa Bay bullpen for Joe Madden for a while. 2 years ago, he had 80 appearances out of the Rays bullpen. 69 for Tampa Bay last season. 2-2.
Rather, Joel Peralta laboring out there a little bit, but the Dodger bullpen over their last 5 games has done anything but labor. They have been dealing 12 2/3 innings over those 5 games. No runs allowed, 16 strikeouts, only 2 walks.
Well, they got Baez back there. They got Peralta back there. Jansen's back from the foot. Garcia, we've seen him. Howell's been unbelievable. Castillo skies one to deep left center field. Jock Peterson is looking up and he runs it down on the warning track for a loud out number 1.
Just a little bit too much elevation right there. Good solid contact by Wellington Castillo on a pitch up in the zone. A little bit of a bat flip. I'm not sure if that was out of frustration or whether he thought he got enough of that one, but hit it out there to the deepest part of the ballpark.
Thought maybe that would carry out deep enough to get on top of that home run porch, that overhang out there, but it's one away for Chris Owings, who grounded out his first time. Drops that breaking ball in there for strike 1. We've updated you on Patrick Corbin. We got you the latest on Archie Bradley. There is some more minor league news to pass along to Diamondback fans. As Owens laces one out to left and it drops in front of Ethier for a base hit. Aaron Blair, who was moved up from Mobile to Reno, had a rough time in his first start for the Aces, but he's had 2 very promising starts for Phil Nevin. This was his line last night.
Solid numbers overall this season. 16 starts, the 8-4 record, ERA just a smidge over 3.
And so Aaron Blair is on his way. 2 possibilities to think about down the road. Nick Ahmed singled and stole the bases first time. The Owens 1-out single, the 4th hit for the D-backs. Fly ball left field. Ethier at the track, at the wall, and it's gone. A home run. Nick Ahmed, his 5th, and the Diamondbacks are right back in it. It's 4-2. Well, he had 5 hits on the last road trip, including a homer at Coors. takes it out of here at Chase.
Hanging breaking ball. Well, I can't tell you how needed that was right there. Not only to put the 2 runs on the board, but just to steal back a little bit of momentum, make yourself feel like you're in the ball game. Dodgers went up there in that 4th inning and just turned it into batting practice. 3 home runs in the inning, and now the Diamondbacks right back in the game with 1 swing of the bat by Nick Ahmed.
And Danny Dorn will hit for Oliver Perez. Another breaking ball in there for strike 1. Danny 5 for 26 this year. That's a 192 average. 3 for 12 as a pinch hitter. He did not go. Marty Foster down at 3rd. A ball and a strike to Dorn. Well, Nick Ahmed, he insisted all along, I will hit, and he has.
He's even found himself up in that leadoff spot a couple times on the road trip.
I mean, if you look at the overall numbers for the season, you have to remember that May 11th, Nick was at $130 for the year, 130, and that is a deep, deep canyon from which you got to dig yourself out. But he has really done a great job of digging. Last 41 games, he's at 285. So he's been pretty much for the last month and a half close to a 300 hitter up there. 1-2 pitch. Down the right field line. That's a foul ball. He just missed. Well played by Carl Giordano down there, our Golden Glover. Carl played that on a hop. Well positioned. You got Terry Finley waiting her chance. Two and two. Danny's due up there. 2 for 17 since the last call up from Reno. Rollins behind the bag at 2nd. Kendrick halfway out and right. A little dribbler. Peralta runs by it. And a nice shovel pass there to get Dorn. It was well executed on a little tweener there by the Dodgers.
Center field, A.J. Pollock.
Danny Dorn was just tearing it up down in Reno this year. Unfortunately, not getting the same number of at-bats, not getting the same kind of regular playing time, and it's tough to stay sharp. Danny spends a lot of time in the cage every day, taking extra BP almost every day. He's living for that possible 1 at-bat in the ball game.
I mean, he had been hitting almost .430 with the Aces, including 4 homers. 2 down for AJ, who's 0 for 2. There's a strike, 0-1. Friday's front row grill. You must be in the front row. Got a table right there, overlooking the whole ballpark. Fly ball right field. Yasiel Puig got the track. And he runs it down with that blue glove, but the Diamondbacks are right back in it. Nick Ahmed, his 5th home run this season, takes it out of here to left and through 5. Diamondbacks trail it 4-2. 4th of July is coming up here at Chase Field. It's Saturday, and you can celebrate America's birthday in the air-conditioned comfort of the ballpark while the D-backs take on the Rockies. Then stick around as we open up the roof after the ball game for a post-game fireworks spectacular presented by Gila River Casinos. Get your 4th of July tickets right now at dbacks.com. Nice and cool up at TGI Fridays, that's for sure. Got the game right behind you, the bar right in front of you. It's a good call. Set for the 6th inning in what is now a 4-2 ball game. And here's the left-hander, his 29th appearance of the year. It's Andrew Chafin, a 2.82 ERA. He's been terrific.
You know, playing the Dodgers, that your left-handed relievers in the bullpen are going to be active in the series with Adrian Gonzalez and Jock Peterson, Andre Ethier, Yasmani Grandal. You always want to turn him around to the right side. So your lefties are going to be busy in a series against the Dodgers.
Well, the Diamondbacks put the shift on for Peterson, but he hit one to Mars the last time, so I'm not sure there's a shift that works. He hits this one, a nice little bouncer right to Goldie for the first out of the 6th.
While you're out here at the ballpark for the 4th of July, you might as well check out Kachinko. You can sign up at one of the 20 interactive kiosks right here at Chase Field during any Diamondbacks regular season home game.
Howie Kendrick. Kendrick has walked twice. He's 0 for 1. Kendrick, a big series against the D-backs at Dodger Stadium earlier this month. 6 for 13 with a homer. He drove in 5, and it seemed like every time the Dodgers got a big hit in that series, it was Howie Kendrick.
Yep. Well, it happens. A hitter gets locked in at the plate occasionally, and just seeing the ball so well, you happen to make some mistakes against him, and Howie Kendrick was just ripping the ball all over Dodger Stadium.
You know, he's gone for most of his career. This is his 10th season in the big leagues. It seems to me somewhat underappreciated. I mean, this guy's just the consummate professional.
Seems like there's always a player or 2 or 3 on the team that gets more headlines, maybe puts up a little bit better numbers, but he's a very steady, consistent producer.
Chris Owings throws him out. 2 up, 2 down against Chafin. Here's Justin Turner. Turner has been hit by a pitch. He's twice singled.
Baseman Justin Turner.
Don Mattingly said just the other day there's no way that he pictured Justin Turner batting 3rd in the Dodger order. Now keep in mind, this is a guy who only a couple of years ago was non-tendered by the Mets. He was out there on the scrap heap, and now he might be an all-star.
Justin Turner probably didn't picture himself being the number 3 hitter for the Dodgers at any point in his career up until this year.
Started out as a utility guy, in the mix for a second base job, ended up on the bench, and played 3rd for a good portion of last year when Uribe was hurt. Did that again this year and played so well they traded Uribe, and now here he is.
It's funny you mentioned, I mean, Turner has more than made up the numbers for Juan Uribe down there at 3rd base. We're talking to Oral Hershiser before the game. He said they really miss Uribe's presence in that clubhouse, what he brought to the team.
Yeah, someone asked Turner how that trade impacted him because of the playing time, and the first thing he said was, well, I lost the best teammate on the planet in Uribe.
Well, that has slowed him down at all since that trade, though. Since Uribe was dealt, 29 ball games, Justin Turner hitting .352 with 13 extra base hits. 6 of those have left the ballpark. He scored 17 runs in those 29 games. Well, he may miss him, but he likes getting the regular at bats.
Castillo hangs on. Chafin works a 1-2-3-6. Momentum starting to shift towards Sedona Red here. It's 4-2. Diamondback Live pregame show comes your way at 6 on Fox Sports Arizona. Carlos Frias and Ruby De La Rosa, the former Dodger, up against his old team. Of course, Webster started tonight, and De La Rosa, who starts tomorrow, were both Dodgers. Both went to Boston as part of the Adrian Gonzalez deal, and now both came to Arizona as part of the Wade Miley deal. New pitcher for LA, Yimi Garcia, a 2.97 ERA. They got a bunch of good arms back there. We are told, by the way, that Mike Bolsinger had to leave the game after just 4 innings with flu-like symptoms. He was not feeling well out there. And so LA is on its 3rd pitcher here, as David Peralta leads off the 6th. Peralta, Goldie, Tomas, 2, 3, and 4. David has singled and grounded out. He's 1 for 2. He's not hit a ton against the Dodgers this year, just 3 for 15. We got these left-hand bats going for the Diamondbacks. It sure looks like Jake Lamb is coming around. Peralta homered yesterday, so did Lamb for that matter. But you get Peralta, Lamb going, now you're really starting to look at something. With the way Goldie's been hitting, of course, Tomas, Castillo, Peralta and Lamb big from that left-hand side. David ahead 2-0.
I mentioned the Dodger bullpen has been nails lately, and Garcia has been a big part of that since June 7th. 11 1/3 innings pitched, ERA of 0.79, 12 strikeouts, has not walked a batter. And he's got a completely different delivery than they've seen from Bolsinger and Peralta in this ball game so far tonight. Garcia is one of those drop and drive guys. Watch his back leg.
Drop and drive.
Yeah, he really kind of sits down on his back leg. Most pitchers try to stay tall out there on the mound. Watch how he drops down and then drives toward home plate.
My knee hurts looking at that.
Tom Seaver was probably the most famous drop and drive guy. Really got down low.
And Seaver would always have that dirt right on the knee.
On the right knee was always covered with dirt.
Tom, terrific. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
We've talked a lot recently about release points and, you know, looking for that angle, the arm angle. Where's the ball coming from? When you see a guy like Garcia standing out there on the mound and you kind of picture where he's going to be when he releases the ball, he is way below where you think it's going to be. It takes a couple of pitches to find that release point.
He's set up down and away, and he hits the glove. Wagner rings up Peralta, 1 down. That's the other thing about these guys, Bobby. Bolsinger and Peralta. Now you got a whole wave of guys who come in throwing 95 and north of that. Here's Goldie. Garcia has looked really good. Baez throws gas. And of course Jansen comes in to shut it down. A lot of velocity there. Goldie 0 for 2. Ooh, that one is strike 1. And again, Goldie kind of rolls his eyes. And Mark Wagner strikes him. That one appeared to be just off the Fox tracks. There it is. And quickly down 0-2.
Talking about the Dodger bullpen, you didn't mention J.P. Howe, who's got an ERA of 0.40 this season from the left side. Well balanced, big arms late.
That's a bullpen that is built to win in the postseason. Saw Grandal there set up down and away and kind of almost hint or point the glove outside the strike zone.
Way ahead in the count to Goldie. That's where you definitely don't want to make a mistake near the strike zone. If you're going to miss way out of his hand.
Coming up and in there. Dodger front office very sabermetric savvy. All the new guys they brought in. Part of that is pitch framing. And Yasmani Grandal's never had a reputation as a great defensive catcher. However, the metrics will tell you he's a very good pitch framer back there. That and the bat, the two big reasons he's taken over really from A.J. Ellis.
The Dodger pitching staff ERA slightly higher when Grandal is behind the plate than Ellis. Of course, Ellis is very familiar with this staff, having been the primary catcher the last couple of years. But that can be really deceiving too, that catcher's ERA thing. I mean, Charlie O'Brien in Atlanta had a great catcher's ERA because he caught Greg Maddux every start.
Well, once again, brace yourself if you've heard this before. Goldie was down 0-2 and the count is full. It's amazing how often he does this. 3-2 pitch. Reaches down and rolls it into right center, a base hit. They take a big wide turn but stop there, and Paul Goldschmidt is now hitting 10 straight. He was down 0-2.
That's not a bad pitch from Garcia. That ball is maybe a couple inches off the outside corner, down around the knees, and Goldie just shoots it right by Kendrick into right field in a big turn at first to intentionally draw a throw from Puig.
Well, why not?
He might put it right on the base. He might throw it up in Friday's front row. You never know.
Well, you have guaranteed us a Yasmani Tomas homer
right now.
This would be the spot. Goldie at first, 1 out. Tomas 0 for 2. His feet got all kind of tangled up there on that one. Oh, 1. Watch Tomas's feet here.
Well, that back foot, you saw how it came out of the toe hold and slid way behind. We see Chris Owings do that an awful lot too. Doesn't keep his base underneath him when he swings.
Grandal a long look into the Dodger dugout for the sign here. The 0-1 to Tomas.
Goldie's stolen some big bases against the Dodgers in the course of his career in this matchup against National League West opponents. Dodgers are well aware of him over there, so Grandal looking in for signs as to whether they want to pick at first base, maybe come set and hold the ball, or go ahead and deliver the pitch to the plate.
Goldie holds, and Tomas
Get it!
drives it to left.
Yes!
Bob Bradley, we're all tied. His first Chase Field home run. Ties it up for now, but hold on. A fan may have reached over here. That's certainly what Don Mattingly is thinking.
Might have been a Dodger fan. Well, it does appear the gentleman had his right arm down over the fence.
Boundary calls, home runs, and fan interference are subject to review, and the headsets are going on.
Oh, come on, give me a homer.
Boy, you really know how to draw it out, don't you? Headsets are on. That's why the yellow line is there. That's a point of demarcation all across the outfield here at Chase.
The gentleman that actually made contact with that ball was sitting next to a Dodger fan. They were talking amongst themselves, so I think if it's a Dodger fan, it ought to be a home run. Yeah, it's really tough to tell whether that ball would have hit on top of the fence or on the yellow stripe that's facing the field.
You know, it hit him actually halfway up the forearm. The hand is over in front of the yellow line there, but it didn't hit him in the hand. It went up higher than that near the elbow. Another replay review brought to us by Mix One. All stadium boundary calls, home runs, fan interference are reviewable. But this is where you get into the umpire judgment, right? I mean, it's a guess.
Well, you're asking the umpires back in New York that are looking at this replay to imagine what would have happened if there was no contact. If the fan did not reach over, would it have hit on top of the fence and bounced on out? Would it have hit the wall and bounced back into play?
I think the folks in New York should consider what is now being referred to as the Brenly guarantee. Right? I mean, it's Joe Namath 1, Bob Brenly 2. I guarantee you we're going to win the ball game. So we'll see if Broadway Brenly can get the call here. This was the Brenly prediction earlier in the game. He does not have a home run at home this year. All three of his homers have come on the road.
He's going to get one tonight. I'm calling.
Nice. I like it. It's like the Nixon tapes.
Of course, I thought he was going to get a Mike Bolsinger hanging curveball and hit it out of the ballpark. I didn't know it was going to be in the sixth inning against a hard thrower, Yimi Garcia.
A long look in New York. Headsets about to come off here, and we await a ruling. If it's a home run, we're tied at 4. Now Mike Winters is going to check with Don Mattingly. Oh, Mattingly does not like the answer. And of course, now this is in the hands of New York. The umpires here on the field. Once they put the headsets on, it goes to New York City. But I think they're going to give Mattingly the courtesy of the explanation before the ruling. And he didn't look happy. Yeah! Bob Bradley comes through for Diamondback Nation, and we are tied.
How about that?
He does not have a home run at home this year. All three of his homers have come on the road.
He's going to get one tonight. I'm calling.
Nice. I like it. Well, it's his first Chase Field home run, his 4th of the year, and it's a 4-4 ball game. Another replay review brought to you by Mix One. Rick Honeycutt. And the Beat LA chant rises from Chase.
Dawned on me here, one of the staff members in the booth, highly unreliable normally, but that was a 94-mile-an-hour fastball that Tomas pulled to left field. How do you really feel?
Jake Lamb. Skies this one to Ethier and left. 2 down.
Jake didn't miss that by much. We've seen a couple of balls. Goldie hit one earlier in the ball game that very nearly hit the rafters, and that one by Jake Lamb high in the air to left field, just a little under.
Wellington Castillo.
Well, he just missed a homer in his last trip to the plate. Straightaway center field. Jock Peterson ran it down right underneath the home run porch, just to the left of straightaway center.
Castillo, 14 games with the Diamondbacks. 4 homers, 3 doubles, 11 RBIs. That's a fair ball, backhanded by Turner, sets long throw, and it's right there. But the D-backs have now out-hit LA 7-6. We are tied 4-4. Yasmani Tomas, his first Chase Field homer, backs up the Brenly guarantee. It's 4-4.
Welcome back to Chase Field, where Andrew Chafin has taken over duties on the mound. This is his second inning of action and his 29th appearance on the season. Now, Chip said the lefty has really distinguished himself as an important member of the staff, saying that the team was not planning on using him in this role. They thought they would just be going to him in long relief, but it turns out Andrew went out there, made a name for himself, became more than just a long guy. He comes in when the game counts. Case in point, we've got a tie game here right now, and Chip said Chafin's success comes from his no-fear attitude. He goes out there. Andrew's attitude is, if I put the pitch where it needs to be, they're not going to be able to hit it. And so far, guys, it's been paying off for him.
Really enjoys this role, he's for sure. Former starter, of course. all the way through the Diamondback minor league system, but has really excelled as a left-hand arm out of this bullpen. He can get you the big out when you need it. He can give you 3 innings in relief if you need it. In fact, in one of the games against the Dodgers here earlier this year, Chafin worked 3 scoreless innings in relief and retired all 9 he faced. Adrian Gonzalez 0 for 3 so far. Gonzalez, Puig, Ethier, the sharp end for the Dodgers, 4, 5, and 6 here in the LA 7th. Yasmani Tomas, his 4th home run, has tied it at 4. And the shift is on for the Diamondbacks. 2-1. The ball went off that person's arm and over the seats. Three and 1. It's full. Chafin came on to start the 6th and retired all 3 he faced. That one got Wellington Castillo back there.
Has a tendency to leave that throwing arm out there with nobody on base. Scares the living daylights out of me. We were talking about the catcher's mitts and how far they've evolved and how much easier it is to catch one-handed, and with nobody on base, I'm a firm believer in sticking that right hand behind your back, because you're out of the way.
You don't need it to throw out a base run.
No. I've seen too many guys get knuckles broken, get fingers bent the wrong direction, leaving that bare hand hanging out there.
Well, Chafin loses the leadoff man. That's the 6th walk issued by Diamondbacks pitchers tonight. Enrique Burgos starts to get it cranked up at the Sanderson Ford bullpen. Here's Puig. Puig walked his last time up. He's 0 for 2.
And this is where that staggered lineup really makes it difficult to play matchups. I mean, if you had another right-handed hitter or 2 due up after Puig, you would probably see Burgos in this game right now. But with Andre Ethier after Puig and then back-to-back switch hitters in Grandal and Rollins, both of whom you'd rather have up there right-handed, he's going to try to get Andrew Chafin through this tough at-bat against Puig and then have him available to face the left-handed hitting Ethier. Great luxury to have, to stagger righties and lefties and have a couple of switch hitters to mix in there.
You need production from both sides of the plate. That's in there for a strike, and it's 1-1. Dodgers, with all these walks tonight, have stranded 8 base runners. Diamondbacks have left 2. 1-2 to Puig.
Notice Wellington Castillo back there behind the plate, not just for Andrew Chafin, for all the Diamondbacks pitchers. When he goes inside, especially to a righty, he gets way in there underneath their hands. When he calls for pitches away, he doesn't move nearly as far out onto the outside corner.
Down and in here. 2-2 pitch.
Well, that could be under instruction from Mike Harkey and Chip Hale. Maybe they want him to move way inside to really reinforce that pitcher. This is where the target is. This is where I want you to miss if you miss. And when he goes away, he stays right around the outside corner. Occasionally you'll see a catcher move all the way over in that left-handed batter's box, trying to lead a righty out of the zone. There's a fastball away, and he barely moves out of dead center on home plate.
Well, he walked Gonzalez to lead off the inning, and he's gone full on Puig.
Puig did draw 3 walks in the ball game in Miami yesterday.
And an on-base percentage just under .390 this year. Got him. 95 right by him. 1 down. Second strikeout for Andrew Chafin.
Just rushes him upstairs with a fastball. Actually not that far upstairs, about belt high off the outside corner of the plate. Very awkward swing. And Puig goes down on strikes.
Well, here's Ethier, who homered in the 4th. He's 1 for 3. The home run is 10th of the year. Even with the homer, Ethier right now in a 4 for 36 at the plate. Got a hanger for Alan Webster and just kept it inside that right field foul pole. Webster gave up 3 homers in the 4th, all solo shots. Ethier, Grandal, and Peterson. Right by Goldie and down the right field line. Gonzalez, very little foot speed, will stop at third, and Ethier's in there with his 7th double.
For the time being, the lack of foot speed by Adrian Gonzalez has kept this a tie ball game. A lot of the Dodgers would score on this one down into the right field corner. But Tomas gets to it in good shape, got it quickly back into the cutoff man, and Low Bundy had no choice but to stop Gonzalez at third.
Oh, here's Yasmani Grandal now. He's been aboard 3 times, a walk, a homer, and a single. He's a switch hitter, so they'll flip him around. And here comes Chip Hale.
Well, it would seem on the surface that the logical thing to do would be to walk Grandal, given the night he's had up to this point, and take your chances with Jimmy Rollins hitting into a double play or possibly a forced play at the plate. Yeah, Chip's out there to talk it over, make sure everybody's on the same page. They know exactly what they're going to try to do in this at bat. Are we going to pitch around him? Are we going to attack him? Are we going to walk him?
I mean, you want him hitting right-handed. He's just under .210 this year as a right-hand batter. And all 10 of his home runs, make it 11 actually now with his home run tonight. All 11 of his homers have come from the left-hand side. And so this is where you want Grandal hitting. Gonzalez is the runner at third. Ethier at second. 1 out. Yasmani Grandal at the plate. was Grandal in the 4th against Allen Webster.
Two 2-0 so far in this at bat. Both pitches, sliders down and in.
Gets the strike call there for Mark Wegner, and it's 2-1. Rollins is on deck. Another switch hitter. And like Grandal, you would want Rollins hitting from the right-hand side. Wellington Castillo asks for time. It's hot here tonight, and well, he's really working up a sweat back there.
Ooh, that was close.
Yeah.
Just caught it up in the webbing of the glove.
Andrew has not been sharp. 31 pitches, 16 strikes, and 15 balls. And he's behind on Grandal, 3-1. And they're just going to go ahead and put him on. He almost airmailed that one. And they'll work to Rollins.
Well, there was a time when I was playing with the San Francisco Giants, and I think the statute of limitations has expired. But if we had a similar situation like that and had a pitcher on the mound that had decent control, instead of wasting 4, we'd just hit the guy.
You might as well, right?
Well, send a message, loosen the guy up a little bit in the batter's box. You're going to put him on first base anyway. If you've got a pitcher out there that you're pretty sure can hit the guy in the hip pocket, and just throw 1 pitch instead of 4.
Rollins this year with 7 homers. 6 of them, though, from the left-hand side. That's his power side. He does not hit right-handed very often. Bases loaded, 1 out.
Rollins has grounded into 8 double plays this year. Only 2 from the right side of the plate. The general consensus around baseball is, even at this stage of his career, Jimmy Rollins a better high ball hitter as a right-hander, better low ball hitter as a lefty, and as a better high ball hitter right-handed. That means he's probably going to hit more fly balls, keep the ball off the ground a little bit more.
Alberto Callaspo is in the on-deck circle. Pitcher spot is due up next. A ball and a strike to Rollins. Ooh. Close pitch. Mark Wegner says ball 2. Base hit. Gonzalez scores. They will wave Ethier. Tomas's throw is into third. And they have Grandal out at third. But the Dodgers score 2 and take a 6-4 lead.
Middle of the plate fastball. Bangs it right by CO and into right field. Yasmani Tomas, alert play there. Throw to third base. He wasn't going to get, obviously, the runner from third going home. The guy from second had such a big jump on a ball hit to the right side. The only out he possibly could get in the infield was throwing out Grandal at third.
That's the 8th hit for the Dodgers. They take a 6-4 lead. The single, 2 RBIs for Rollins. 9-5 on the putout of Grandal at third. And so with Rollins at first and 2 outs, Alberto Callaspo will hit for the pitcher. 6 for 16 as a pinch hitter this year, including a homer. He's at .236 for the season. On Nicasio, a former Rocky, is throwing in the Dodger bullpen. Strike one. Callaspo has only played 25 games with the Dodgers, and during his time with LA, he's hit just under 300. Acquired from Atlanta at the end of May as part of the Juan Uribe deal. 0-2. Gonzalez led off the inning with a walk. Chafin struck out Puig. Ethier doubled. Second and third, 1 out. Grandal, after they fell behind, was walked intentionally. And Rollins came through with a 2-run single. And so it's 6-4 here with 2 down in the 7th. Diamondbacks in the bottom half of this inning will have the lower third of the order due up. Owings Ahmed in the pitcher spot. Those 3 should be up against Juan Nicasio, who is still throwing in the LA bullpen. Bounced over the mound. Ahmed is there. Stretch time at Chase Field. Dodgers get 2. They take a 6-4 lead. Without having to face Clayton Kershaw on the left there, Zach Greinke on the right, but it just hasn't worked out in Chip Hale's favor. D-backs have lost 7 straight against LA after winning the first 2 games versus the Dodgers this year here at Chase Field. Swept twice at Dodger Stadium, and once again a series against LA with Kershaw and Greinke on the sidelines. Well, the last 2 Dodger relievers have given up homers. Maybe now it's Juan Nicasio's turn. His 25th appearance of the year has been a very good pickup by the Dodger front office, a 1.78 ERA. 7-8-9 due up for the Diamondbacks. Owings, Ahmed in the pitcher's spot. Chris Singleton scored his last time up. He's 1 for 2. And a bit of a rocky ride here for the Dodger bullpen, which is normally good.
Yeah, looking at the stat sheet, Nicasio has not given up a home run yet this year. How about that?
In 3, 2, and 1. Well, you're on a roll. You might as well keep going, right?
We'd love to get something started here at the bottom of the order. Chris Owings, Nick Ahmed, and then a pinch hitter for the pitcher spot. And then you roll back around to the top of the order. Get a couple guys on base here at the bottom.
Well, the lower third has really delivered. CO 1 for 2 with a single. Ahmed 2 for 2, a single and a homer. Trying to get it started in the 7th. Chris Owings, nice to see CO being selective up there. This is what happens. You get yourself in good counts. Seems like most of the season he's been down 0-2. Three-2 pitch. Turner Ward and A.J. Pollock. A.J. would hit 4th in this inning, the leadoff man. Chris Owings ahead in the count, 3-1, strikes out, 1 down in the bottom of the 7th.
Nasty slider from Nicasio. He throws it hard, 87, 88 miles an hour, just leaking off that outside corner. It's been a tough one for CO to recognize lately.
Nick Ahmed 2 for 2, a single and a homer. The home run is 5th of the year. This was Nick his last time up against Joel Peralta in the 5th. A hanging nothing ball. A roller up the middle, Rollins. Two down, and Cliff Pennington will hit for the pitcher. Cliff at 200 for the year, 5 RBIs. As a pinch hitter this season, Pennington 3 for 14, but he has 5 walks in a pinch hit role. Trying to get Chafin off the hook. Cliff, 6 hits, a couple of walks his last 9 games, but only 3 of those have been starts, so he's been pretty productive lately. 6 for his last 18 at the plate.
Playing some stellar defense in left field when asked to.
Started the ball game in left field yesterday at Petco Park. His 2nd career start in left. Ender Inciarte, by the way, was here today working out before the ball game. He's on the DL. That's how Cliff ended up in left field through the transitive property.
Shaking his head there. He swung right through a couple of fastballs. Granted, 96 miles per hour, but fairly straight and in the zone. Pitches he feels like he should have made some contact on.
97 misses inside. And it's full 3-2. Pollock would be next. Base hit. Pennington's aboard. Here's AJ, who's 0 for 3.
Center field, A.J. Pollock.
Better visual that time. Cliff really tracked that pitch all the way into the hitting zone, almost to the point of contact. Got a line drive right back up the middle.
AJ, the batting average now .295 on the year. It peaked earlier this month at .326. That was back on June 10th, but since then, over his last 16 games, he's hit under 200. On a little bit of a downturn here last couple of weeks. A little too far off the bag for Grandal's liking.
Snap throw from his knees right on the money. That's a pretty good pickoff attempt right there. Penny read it quickly and got back to the back part of the bag.
Pollock ahead, 2 balls and a strike. Two on, 2 out for Peralta. You've got the right-hander Nicasio out there on the mound. The left-hand hitting Peralta coming up. Mattingly has some lefties down there and some good ones in that bullpen. Infield is out to the mound to slow the ball game down a bit here. And here comes the Dodger skipper. Liberatore is going to come in to work to Peralta. 2 on and 2 out. 6-4 ball game in the 7th. Back from Chase Field in a moment. Dodgers 6-4, 2 on, 2 out for David Peralta. And the new pitcher for the Dodgers, the left-hander, Adam Liberatore. He's given up just 1 run over his last 11 appearances. Don Mattingly, knowing that Peralta does struggle against left-hand pitching, goes for the lefty-lefty matchup here. David this year just under 190 against lefties. Pennington at second, Pollock at first. That's in there for a strike, 0-1. David, a bunt single away from the shift back in the first inning. He's 1 for 3. There goes Pennington. Double steal, and the Diamondbacks move up. Cliff Pennington broke first from second base. A.J. Pollock followed, and he's in there at second.
A.J. got a little bit of a late break over there at first. Penny got a tremendous jump at second base. A.J. was a little bit tardy breaking for second, but when Grandal couldn't find a handle on the ball, it didn't matter.
Tying runs in scoring position with 2 down for the Diamondbacks. The 1-1 to Peralta. Base hits in the gap. Penny scores. Here comes A.J. and the freight train is on the tracks. It's taken the turn and it's in at third. We're all tied. Well, they've lost 7 straight to these guys, trying to shake up that mojo.
Reach out off that outside corner of the plate, but got the barrel of the bat on the ball, and it really carried to that gap in left center field. Pennington, Pollock are both going to score easily on that gapper, and the runaway train ends up at third base.
And in a stunning turn of events, they're going to walk Goldie. Liberatore threw that one down at the feet of Grandal. You've got the go-ahead run down there at third with 2 outs. The work to Tomas and give Goldschmidt the free pass.
Number 17 on the season, which leads the National League by a wide margin. Actually, this is number 18 now. An 11 intentional walk lead over Bryce Harper. Unfortunately, the Diamondbacks are 0 for 14 after an intentional walk to Paul Goldschmidt. That's got to change right now.
This is the first walk issued by Dodger pitchers tonight. The D-backs with 3 straight 2-out hits. Singles by Pennington and Pollock, the triple by Peralta. Goldie gets the intentional walk. And here comes Don Mattingly to go get a right-hander to work to Tomas. Diamondbacks have come back to tie it up 6-6. What a ball game here at Chase. Tomas, a home run his last at bat. He's our Arizona Federal Credit Union Power Player of the Game, and Bob Brenly earlier in the ball game called the Tomas shot. He does not have a home run at home this year. All three of his homers have come on the road.
He's going to get one tonight. I'm calling it.
Nice, I like it. Came up in the sixth, and there it goes. So now he's in an even bigger spot. 6-6 ball game. They're on the corners, 2 down. And the new pitcher for the Dodgers, it's the hard-throwing right-hander Pedro Baez, a 1.65 ERA. He was just activated off the DL on Friday. He missed 41 games with a right pectoral muscle strain. Worked 3 scoreless innings in 3 rehab appearances with AAA Oklahoma City, so he might be a little rusty here. Peralta is at third, Goldie at first. 6-6, 2 outs, bottom 7. The last 3 Dodger relievers have given up runs, and now it's Baez's turn. 2 each. Three straight hits and an intentional walk, all with 2 outs, have tied it up. A little over anxious that time. 97 over his head. Haven't seen him take a swing like that in a while.
Well, that's a predetermined swing. I'm going to swing at the first pitch he throws, no matter where it is, even if it's over my head.
I don't know if that came up in the Turner Ward discussion during the break.
Baez very slow to the plate with that first delivery. See if Goldie can get a jump over there at first base.
In the air, near the right field line, long run for Puig. Kendrick won't get there either. And Tomas is still alive. It's in foul ground.
Taco, sometimes when run number 5 and run number 6 score on the same play, we can't get the sign up there quickly enough.
0-2. D-backs at one point trailed the ball game 4-0. They were down 6-4, now 6-6 in the 7th. Goldie takes off. No throw from Grandal. 14th stolen base for Paul Goldschmidt. And now the Diamondbacks have 2 runs in scoring position. A 1-2 count on Tomas.
No intention of throwing that ball to second base. Risk a bad throw or a drop ball out there in the middle of the infield and allow that go-ahead run to come home from third base. Grandal was going to hang on to that one all the way.
1-2. Got him. 98 right by him. He chased a high one again and strikes out to end the inning. But the Diamondbacks come back again. David Peralta, a 2-out, 2-run triple. We go to the 8th, tied at 6. The Gig Life high-speed highlights presented by Cox. Your Gila River game summary, a wild one here. Alan Webster had a very rough night. Dodgers hit 3 solo homers off Webster in the 4th inning. They led it 4-0 after 4. The Diamondbacks have answered with 2 in the 5th, 2 in the 6th, and 2 in the 7th. Home runs by Ahmed and Tomas, a 2-run triple by Peralta. And here we are, 6-6 as we start the 8th with big Enrique Burgess out there to face Jock Peterson. Peterson hit a mammoth home run back in the 4th, his 20th of the year. And the shift is on for the Diamondbacks. There's ball 1. Peterson 20 homers, leads all major league rookies. The Rays' Steven Souza Jr. is the next closest with 14. I mean, check this one out. This is a moonshot. Nobody batted an eyelid in the Dodger dugout. They're used to it.
Well, partner, you can file this one under something's got to give. Both the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers are 19-0 this year when they score 7 or more runs. And it's going to take at least 7 runs to win this ball game. So somebody's going to take their first loss when scoring 7 runs. Not necessarily. No. I knew where I was going, but my mouth took a different exit.
That was slightly less effective than the Tomas home run guarantee.
Okay.
Just a little bit. 3-1. You and your fancy Saber analytic metrics.
Too many numbers. I had to take off my shoes to add all that up.
Well, fortunately, we got some fun socks for you coming up for your sad feet.
Sad feet.
3-1 pitch. This is a sky-high pop-up. Left side, Ahmed wants it. Falls off Peralta. He's got it. Yeah, fun socks. D-backs fun socks night. First 10,000 fans on July 19th get a pair of D-backs fun socks. And please don't wear them with sandals.
Ooh. Good. Possibly have a drawer full of unhappy socks at home. Well, we can take care of at least one pair for you.
Howie Kendrick has walked twice. He's 0 for 2. Base hit by a diving Jake Lamb in the hole at shortstop. And Kendrick's aboard, a 1-out single. Game 2 right here for you on Fox Sports Arizona tomorrow. Diamondback Live pregame show at 6. Ruby De La Rosa and Carlos Frias. A couple of lefties on Wednesday, Robbie Ray and Brett Anderson. Justin Turner. A couple of singles. He struck out his last time up. He was hit by a pitch his first time against Alan Webster. Alan Webster started the ball game by walking the first 2 batters he faced and then hit Turner. Dodgers had bases loaded, nobody out to start the ball game. Gonzalez hit into a double play to score 1 run. Puig flied out to end it. Turner is a guy that really handles right-hand pitchers well. He's hitting nearly 370 versus righties this year, including all 11 of his home runs. Yanks that one foul right by Low Bundy. A long run for Terry Finley down there. She can really cover a lot of ground. And there she is. Charging that one.
Defensive run saved.
Nice.
UZR, all that good stuff.
There you go again with your metrics.
Yeah.
And she finds a young D-back fan.
Nice.
Keep Kendrick honest over there.
Really, all you need to do is just make sure he doesn't have a walking lead. Make sure he comes to a dead stop over there at first base. He's not likely to attempt to steal if you make him stop.
Two for forward and stolen base attempts this year. Kendrick holds it first. Turner swings through the fastball. Burgos is ahead 1-2. Chappelle told us last week the coaching staff trusts this big young guy. 6'3", 250 out there. They will use him in big spots. Doesn't matter left or right. They're not worried about that. They'll be careful not to overuse him. That's how we ended up on the DL earlier this year. They will pick their spots, but this is a strikeout pitcher. And they'll use him when they need big outs. 2-2 to Turner. Reaches down and lifts that in the air toward the right field corner. Tomas is there. And that's the second out in the 8th. Adrian Gonzalez now.
First baseman Adrian Gonzalez.
Gonzalez is hitless tonight. He walked and scored a run his last time up. This is Burgos' inning. Nothing doing in the Diamondback bullpen. The only guy they might not want to go with tonight is Daniel Hudson. Huddy pitched 1 inning yesterday, worked the 8th, threw 13 pitches. But last time they used Hudson back-to-back, he had a rough time in Colorado, so they maybe, if you're looking for a guy they might stay away from, Huddy is probably the only guy. Everyone else should be good to go. Big shift on against Gonzalez. That fastball's got some jump to it. 0-1. Gonzalez coming off a 3 for 5 for the Dodgers yesterday at Marlins Park in Miami. Almost hit the bull that time. 1-1. There goes Kendrick. Gonzalez strikes out, and Burgos gets through the eighth. He strands the one-out single. We are tied up at Chase Field.
Webb, as we get ready for Diamondbacks Live, our post-game show. Brandon, what an exciting game it's been so far. We talked pregame about what do the D-backs need to do to stop their 7-game slide against the Dodgers, and so far, what have you seen that you like?
Well, we talked about them being aggressive, and I think they've hit that right on the head. They've been really aggressive on the base paths. They've made things happen. They've had a bunt hit. They've really done a good job of having good at-bats and making things happen and producing some runs, and they got a tight ball game, 6-6.
They have shown a lot of fight, and Enrique Burgos getting it done last inning in this battle of the bullpens. D-backs up next, guys.
Thank you, guys. Jake Lamb leads off against Pedro Baez, who is back out there for LA. Jake 0 for 3 so far. This battle of the bullpens going very much the Diamondbacks' way so far. It's been a rough night for what has been a very good Dodger bullpen. LA bullpen over the previous 9 games had worked 24 innings and given up only 3 earned runs. But in 3 innings of work tonight, the LA bullpen has given up 6 earned runs. Diamondbacks with 2 in the 5th, 2 in the 6th, and 2 in the 7th. Jake Lamb's ahead 3-0.
Well, we talked about the road trip that the Dodgers are finishing up here in Arizona. They went 4 games in Chicago. I mean, that'll make you tired right there, 4 days in Chicago. And they went down to South Florida and played in the heat and humidity, and now finishing up here in Arizona. So that bullpen might be a little ragged.
The tail end of a stretch of 20 games in 20 days for the Dodgers. There's a strike. It's 3-1. Brad Ziegler. He would work the 9th if the Diamondbacks get the lead in the home half of the 8th. Go ahead runs aboard to lead off the inning. Diamondbacks have been coming from behind all night long and trailed at 1-0, 4-0, and 4-2. Came back to tie it 4-4, fell behind again 6-4, and came back to tie 6-6. Here's Castillo. A single in the second. He's 1 for 3.
Remember when Paul Goldschmidt was on first base, I mentioned how slow Baez can be to the plate out of the stretch.
Yeah, but the way he's been slamming the ball lately, let's try and find a gap somewhere. Jake is not an especially fast base runner. .98 is in there for a strike.
Just get a good pitch and hit it to that guy. That was the man that touched the Yasmani Tomas home run ball out there in left field.
By the way, we should point out that the replay on the Tomas home run was a crew chief review. It was not a Dodger challenge. That was the umpire's call there, as is there. Right under those circumstances. The 0-1 to Castillo. Mike Winter's the crew chief down there at first. 1-1.
Not even close.
One and two. Diamondbacks have out-hit the Dodgers 10-9. LA has stranded 10 runners. Diamondbacks have left 4. Baez, the 6th pitcher of the evening for Don Mattingly. They've used Peralta, Garcia, Nicasio, Liberatore, now Baez.
A lot of room. A lot of room in that gap in left center. Jock Peterson playing a little shallow and over toward right center field. I don't think the Dodgers feel like Wellington Castillo or many of the Diamondbacks hitters can pull Baez's fastball.
Castillo last 10 games. Hitting over .310, 3 homers and 9 RBIs. 1-2 pitch. Castillo said yesterday after the home run at Petco Park he feels really good because he's been getting playing time here. He says the more he plays, the better he's going to feel and the better he's going to hit. And we've certainly seen that after he started the year in Chicago as one of 3 catchers with the Cubs.
We hear a lot of part-time players or platoon players say that they're always better when they're in there more often. It's because it's a fact. The more live pitching you see, the more opportunities you get to swing that bat against live pitching, the better your timing is going to be, the better your confidence is going to be.
He drives it deep to left center. It's off the base of the wall. Here comes Jake Lamb. It rolls around in center field, and Wellington Castillo gives the Diamondbacks the lead. Stay hot.
Singled in the second, narrowly missed a home run in the 5th, and once again, home run power just a little bit short to that gap in left center field. Jake Lamb got a great read over there at first base. He knew that ball was going to get down right away. He scores easily from first base.
I'll tell you what, there are signature wins over the course of the season for any team. 4 or 5 ball games when you look back over a 6-month calendar that you circle. And the Diamondbacks, who trailed in this one 4-0 and 6-4, have their first lead here tonight against a Dodger team that's 6 games ahead of them atop the division. A team that's beaten them the last 7 times they faced. They'll appeal to first base. Mike Winters says safe. Let's see if he got a foot on the bag. Yeah, he did.
His heel caught the corner there as he went around. You don't have to step right in the middle of the base. You just have to make contact with it.
Madley wants him to put on the headsets. He still got his challenge, as we mentioned a moment ago. That was a crew chief review on the home run. It went in the Diamondbacks' favor, but Mattingly has retained his challenge. It's another replay review brought to us by Mix One. I don't even believe that Mike Winters, who had a lot to look at there, is looking at the base. Let's see. Yeah, he is. He's looking back over his shoulder. Just enough. Clear and convincing evidence is needed to prove that Castillo did not touch the base.
Well, he's been touching the bases plenty over his last 10 games plus tonight, hitting .333, 7 extra base hits. He's driven in 10. Was locked in up there at the plate with that increased playing time, increased at bats, taking full advantage of the opportunity presented to him.
This is his 15th game with the Diamondbacks. The numbers are just, it's all extra base hits. He's safe at first. And we'll update our standings on Diamondback challenges. Call, in fact, is confirmed, which means they saw the foot on the base. So New York confirms Mattingly's challenge goes away. And it's 7-6 D-backs in the 8th. And Brad Ziegler warming in the Sanderson Ford bullpen. The updated replay review numbers brought to us by Mix One.
I guess if you still have your challenge at this point in the ballgame, you may well go ahead and shoot that bullet. But the run's going to score either way, whether Wellington Castillo touches first base or not.
Chris Owings. Thor's crash. Gonzalez running in from first. Ball 1. CO tonight 1 for 3. Singled and scored in the 5th. He struck out his last time.
Well, this is going to take a good bunt to move Wellington Castillo from second to third. And one thing Castillo has to keep in mind, he does not have to run. It has to be a perfect bunt. He has to be 100% sure he can make it to third base. There's no trail runner forcing him.
Has it. There's nobody at third. He overthrows it. There comes Castillo. It rolls up the right field line. 8-6 Diamondbacks. Baez called off Turner there, then looked behind him. There was no one within 15 feet of the bag, and he airmailed the throw. Owings is in its second. Diamondbacks have a 2-run lead.
Now, this is a bad play by Baez. A good play to get to the ball, but you saw him call off the third baseman, so why are you looking to third base? You know the guy was standing right there. Nobody's covering the bag. Just that wasted split second forced him to rush his throw to Howie Kendrick covering the bag, and he airmailed it down that right field line.
They scored a single for Owings. There is no RBI. E1 brings the run home and puts CO at second. A big insurance run for the Diamondbacks. And here's Nick Ahmed, who's 2 for 3, a single and a homer. The home run is 5th of the year. Corners come in for LA. Ahmed shows bunt, drops it down. Turner has it. He's got 1 play. And that's the first out here in the bottom of the 8th. Owings is at third with Andy Green. And now another insurance run is 90 feet away. Pitcher spot is here. Aaron Hill will hit for Burgos. How about that? 2 apiece in 4 consecutive innings for the Diamondbacks in a game they once trailed 4-0. Infield in for the Dodgers. Aaron 4 for his last 27 at the plate. Dodger bullpen is quiet right now. Brad Ziegler ready in the Diamondback bullpen. Ziegler got the save. I'm sorry, Bob. Ziegler the save yesterday in San Diego, his 12th of the year. 2-1.
I was going to say, if this is a pitch to his liking, you're going to see some kind of home run swing from Aaron Hill. A 2-0 count against a fastball pitcher that hasn't really shown he can command anything else up to this point. But that fastball was at the knees out there on the outside corner. Not a good pitch to attack 2-0.
'97 up and in. It's 3 balls and a strike.
Hill, yeah, on this day in 2012, his second cycle in 11 days. This one came against the Milwaukee Brewers, a 9-3 victory at Miller Park. We just need one hit out of him tonight.
Full count, 3-2. Owings at third, 1 out. Infield is in. Ball 4. Second walk in the inning issued by Baez. And the pitch count's creeping up there for the Dodger right-hander on a hot night.
Boy, and you absolutely love this in the first game of the series.
Wear him out.
Get as deep into that bullpen as you can. Make them throw as many pitches as you can. Possibly take them out of the equation for tomorrow's game, maybe for the next 2 games.
He is their 5th reliever who's been out there. Here comes Rick Honeycutt. A.J. Pollock will be the hitter. They're on the corners with 1 out, 2 runs in the 8th.
We've been kind of circling this stretch of the schedule. Diamondbacks 16 straight games against National League West opponents. So far, they're 4-5. These 3 games here left with the first place Dodgers, and you've got 4 against the last place Rockies. Even though the numbers aren't where you'd like them to be through the first 9 games of this stretch against the National League West, you could finish strong and really feel good about what you did in your own division.
And tonight trying to snap a 7-game losing streak against the Dodgers. 2 runs already in the inning. Owings at third, Hill at first. 1 out for Pollock, who singled, stole a base, and scored a run his last time up. He's 1 for 4. Ball 1.
Short outing by Alan Webster tonight. 3 different pinch hitters for that pitcher spot. Chip Hale's down to only Jared Saltalamacchia available off the bench the rest of the way.
He hasn't had to go through his bullpen like Mattingly has. Fortunately, Ali Perez worked 1 1/3. Chafin worked 2. Burgos 1. Now Ziegler will come on for the 9th. A 1-0 to AJ.
fastballs on the inside corner or farther inside to the right-handed hitters in this Diamondbacks lineup. At some point, guys don't do this as much as they used to, but cheat to get to that pitch. Step in the bucket a little bit, maybe back off the plate just a hair and look for that pitch inside.
The 1-1 pitch. Action now in the Dodger bullpen. Might be J.P. Howell. Yeah, it is. He's up for Peralta. He's on deck. Well, David has already had a big 2-run, 2-out triple against a left-hander tonight. Off the fist, a pop-up. Rollins is under it. 2 down. Well, here's Peralta. We'll see if Mattingly wants to match up here. It didn't work out for him last time. He brought in Liberatore, the lefty, to face Peralta, and he found a gap for a 2-run triple.
Good things happen when you get that barrel of the bat on the ball. It wasn't a picture-perfect swing by David Peralta, but got enough of it to split that gap.
He's got a Howell throwing down there. Yeah, he's signaling for Howie Kendrick to go in there and have a conference, give Howell a few more pitches back in the bullpen. And the game comes to a halt. J.P. Howell having another monster year for LA, and here comes Mattingly, wants the lefty. So it's the second time of the ball game the Dodgers have tried to match up a lefty against David Peralta. He won round 1, round 2 coming up. Brought to you in part by Oregano's Pizza Bistro, your neighborhood pizza joint. We are athletic supporters. And by Card Power, Arizona Federal Credit Union. Now that's the power of us. What a night at Chase Field, a wild ball game. The D-backs and the Dodgers Diamondbacks with 2 runs in the 5th, 6th, 7th, and now the 8th take an 8-6 lead. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. It's the lefty J.P. Howell, his 30th appearance, an ERA of .4. He has tossed scoreless relief in 12 consecutive appearances, and he's on to face David Peralta with 2 down. And Chris Owings at third, Aaron Hill at first. Peralta a 2-run triple his last time up. He's 2 for 4. There's a strike, 0-1. Big road trip for David through Colorado and San Diego. He hit over 380 on the trip, including a home run yesterday at Petco Park. His first homer since May 29th. 2 big hits today.
Most teams have some kind of a trick play in this situation. Runners at first and third. Maybe you don't like the chances of the hitter at the plate against a tough left-handed pitcher. So Aaron Hill over there at first base would take a big lead, try to draw the pickoff throw while Chris Owings tries to steal home plate behind him.
And with a lefty up there, Turner way off the bag at third. A ball and a strike. On Mattingly's team in the top of the 9th inning, will have Puig, Ethier, Grandal 5, 6, and 7 against Brad Ziegler, who is standing by in the Sanderson Ford bullpen. 2-1. That's in there. It's full 3-2. Goldie on deck. Chris Owings at third. Aaron Hill will be off from first with a pitch. Three balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here goes Aaron Hill. It's in the dirt. The bases are loaded for Goldie. 2 really good at bats right there against lefties late in the ball game from David Peralta.
Oh, you're absolutely right. We wondered with innings throughout the out, David Peralta facing righties and lefties on a regular basis. How would he respond? He's put together better and better at bats each passing time.
The 3rd Dodger walk in this inning, and here's Goldie. He singled and scored a run in the 6th, was walked intentionally his last time up. He's 1 for 3.
Obviously nowhere to put him. To go after Goldie right here.
And he has been beating up on the Dodgers this season. 9 games versus LA this year. Paul Goldschmidt hitting nearly .420 with 4 homers and 10 RBIs. Rolls it foul. Diamondbacks trailed 4-0, 4-2. Came back to tie it 4-4. They were down 6-4, tied at 6-6, now lead it 8-6. A wild night here in downtown Phoenix. Yasmani Tomas hit a home run off that guy's forearm. Oh, 0-1. In front of Ethier. Owens scores. Here comes Aaron Hill. The throw is cut off. And it's 10-6 Diamondbacks.
pitch before it got down and in. You can see the reaction of Grandal. He was getting ready to block that pitch as it headed toward Goldie's back foot, but he intercepted it, lines it into left field. Oh, what a good battling ball game tonight by the Diamondbacks.
2 in the 5th, 2 in the 6th, 2 in the 7th, 4 in the 8th. And out hit the Dodgers 13-9. Here's Yasmani Tomas. Tomas 1 for 4, the homer in the 6th, his 4th of the year, and his first here in this ballpark. Gotta be hot in that getup.
I hope so. I'm itchy.
Tomas, the 9th Diamondback to hit in this inning. Jake Lamb, who walked and scored to lead off the 8th, is on deck. Ziegler joined now by David Hernandez. Brad's been standing there a long time. The only downside of all of this. Here go the runners on 3-0. There's a strike. Double steal is the score there. And the bases are loaded. Diamondbacks have battered around in the 8th. They credit Peralta and Goldie with a double steal. Tomas walks. And here's Jake Lamb, who started off this inning. Rick Honeycutt to the mound. It's his birthday. His relievers have walked 4 in this inning. His ace lefty Howell is yet to retire a batter. Mark Wagner out there to break it up.
We just came from San Diego where we talked a lot about the San Diego chicken. Ted Giannoulis, this is his birthday today too. I'm not sure if it's his birthday or it's the chicken's birthday.
I mean, how do I put this kindly? After the Tomas guarantee, you've really gone downhill.
I really have.
But it doesn't help when the less than reliable staff is back after a week vacation either.
We're trying to do too much. You know? I gotta stay within myself.
Stay with yourself. Peralta at third, Goldie at second, Tomas at first. Here's Lamb.
It's great to see the Diamondbacks do something against the Dodger bullpen. We were reciting the numbers, how good they've been lately, and they've been great against the Diamondbacks all season long. This is really a breakthrough.
Still throwing down there. Coaching staff looking on. Brad Ziegler's been standing there for about 20 minutes, just like that. 0-2. And Lamb strikes out, but the Diamondbacks get 4. They take a 10-6 lead as we go to the 9th. At Chase Field, the Z-Man coming in. through 16 pitches in that ball game. Is on for the 34th time this year, a 1.41 ERA. And Bob, we've talked about this a little bit before the ball game. If Bruce Bochy in the National League want to win that All-Star game in Cincinnati, this is a guy that needs to be there.
Absolutely. I mean, that may be a tough situation late in the ball game. You need a ground ball double play to get out of a jam. Maybe save the ball game. Brad Ziegler's your man. He puts that ball on the ground as consistently as any pitcher in the game.
Well, the D-backs, who had only 2 base hits in that 8th inning, they batted around. 4 walks by the Dodgers and an error helped out. Now the 10-6 lead. So here's Puig, who leads off the 9th. He's 0 for 3. He walked in the 5th. Puig, Ethier, Grandal, 5, 6, and 7 against Brad Ziegler. A fly ball along the right field line and drifting near the seats. There was a whole lot of Dodger blue behind their dugout. There's less so right now. This is up in the air. Backs up Tomas in front of the track. One away. Brings up Ethier, who homered in the 4th. Doubled and scored his last time up. Talked about the idea of a signature win earlier. This will be one if they can hang on here. 6 back of LA in the West at the start of play tonight. A chance in this series to cut that lead in half and make a move here on home ground heading into July. Three against the Dodgers. A 4-game visit from the Rockies on this homestand. As Bob mentioned, in the middle of a stretch of 16 straight against the NL West. A win here will make them 5-5 during that run of divisional play so far. A ball and a strike. Base hit for Ethier. Brings up Grandal, who has been a problem tonight. He walked in the 2nd, homered in the 4th. One of 3 homers the Dodgers hit in that inning against Allen Webster. And then Grandal singled in the 5th, was intentionally walked his last time. Shift is on. Nick Ahmed all by himself on the left-hand side. How might this win, Bob, change the mojo versus the boys in blue this year?
Well, you'd like to think it changed it up considerably. I mean, the Diamondbacks, if they hang on and win, would be 3-1 here at Chase Field against the Dodgers. You like those numbers a lot. It's almost like when you have a big brother, little brother situation, and the big brother just keeps knocking the little brother down over and over and over again until one day the little brother grows up and gets just strong enough to smack his big brother back. That's kind of what this game felt like tonight. Dodgers came in here. They were swaggering around during batting practice, mugging with the fans before the ball game, which is all fine.
Grandal shoots it out to left. Peralta's there, 2 down.
But the Diamondbacks just continued to put good at bat after good at bat together, and after a shaky start by Allen Webster, the bullpen came in and did what they had to do. Just a completely different feel to the competitiveness of this game tonight. Earlier this season, I think the Diamondbacks would have folded up rather quickly after the Dodgers put that 4 spot on the board.
Rollins has one of the biggest hits in the game for LA. A 2-run single in the 7th his last time up. 1 for 4. Ethier will take second. Here's a strike, 0-1.
Not to mention the fact that one more out and the Diamondbacks will move over 500 here at Chase Field. Something that had really been problematic the last couple of years. Just couldn't make this a home field advantage.
Don't forget, Game 2 of this 3-game set for you right here on Fox Sports Arizona tomorrow. Diamondback Live pregame show at 6. Ruby De La Rosa and Carlos Frias. 0-2 on Rollins. A grounder to Owings. Diamondbacks win it. They snap a 7-game losing streak against the Dodgers. And they pick up a game in the standings. They're now only 5 back for the division lead as we just about wrap up June here.
Well, a great ball game up and down. Everybody contributed. It wasn't easy. Trail by 4 runs to the team that's in first place in your division and to slap you around pretty good this year. To come back the way the Diamondbacks did and continue to come back. Big statement game.
Well, they trailed at 4-0. They trailed at 6-4. They win it 10-6. Brandon Webb is standing by with Jody Jackson. Jody.
Thanks so much, guys. Certainly a good win for the Diamondbacks. A great win. Actually, the guys mentioned a statement win. In what ways, Brandon, do you think it was just that tonight against a team they had lost 7 in a row to?
Yeah, I think it's a huge game for them. They've been, like BB said, getting kicked around a little bit, but